Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. Hi. I see the point of Reaper is also the same voice for Marluxia, also true. Also the voice of Blue in Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Real range on that guy. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I know we're starting this stream a little late, but like, deal with it. So, thanks for showing up anyway. We can't hear you. No, we can. No, whatever. Hey, how's it going? Okay. I'm gonna pop over really quick. So then, yeah. So I'm gonna pop over really quick. So then, here we are. You can say hi to Tennille. Everybody say hi to Neil. And everything should be good. Should be Gucci. If for some reason there is a problem, speak now or forever hold your peace.
I just hadn't turned on the audio on my end, on my OBS.
I see.
So Goku, who's over on my stream, couldn't hear.
Got it. Hi, Tennille. Tennille the goat.
Thank you.
Like the Tenna bows.
Yeah.
The very, like, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me turn you the fuck. Just like a tiny bit.
I love TV.
I love TV. Dun, dun, dun. I did such a good job. I finished my song in Melody of Memory, and the music's playing. Yippee!
Nice.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you changed your pronouns to they, them. I thought they were she. Well, they were in a sense that like I don't really care if somebody looks at me with like D-cup tits and goes, "Oh, excuse me, ma'am," and I'm like, that's fine. It's one of those things where it's like I don't really care, but I don't feel connected to it at all. It's just kind of I had it there for a while, not due to my own personal connection with like the pronoun itself, as much as I was like, people are probably gonna guess one way and I don't really mind too much. But if you know me, I'm just Niku. I'm just kind of, it's whatever, you know what I mean? So that's
Speaking of gender stuff.
Yeah.
I had a dream last night and that suddenly reminded me where it was like a dream of something that could have happened in the past. And so people were calling me she, and boy, did myself in my dream feel really weird about it. It was like...
it's like, oh, that's not great. I remember, like, there was a point where I was like, oh, I had, like, she, they in there, because I was like, it's just kind of whatever, right? Even though I don't really feel strongly attached either way. And I don't remember a particular, like, who said it or what. I just remembered somebody was referring to me and said she, and I had, like, a solid bit where I did not realize they were talking about me. And I was like, that's probably a good enough sign that I'm like, this is, like, enough to where I was like, oh, fuck, you mean me? Like, I was like, oh, I'm just totally convinced there's, like, some other person for a moment. And then I was like, because it was just, like, in the room where I was like, I was there, but it was like, oh, well, Niku, blah, 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 she, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, who? Oh, me, right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. One of those. So I was like, I should probably just kind of give that part up. If it's something where, like, at this point, it's going to cause problems where I'm like, who? Huh? What? But it's not something that, like, if someone were insistent on it, who maybe perhaps would know my pronouns otherwise, then I'd be like, okay, this is not great. But if somebody's just like, I'm just fucking talking to somebody, and they say she in passing, I'm like not upset. You know what I mean? I'm like, it's okay. Usually otherwise. So like a bit back, I went and like changed it around because I was like, most people refer to me as they anyway online, as a lot of people do, because people have gotten in the habit of doing that if they don't know your pronouns either way. So it's just like a really generalized, like, oh, that person, them, or referring to them by name. And so I was just like, yeah, I think this is just better. We'll just, quietly like get rid of the other part. So it's not like a big deal or anything.
as someone who gets heat a lot when I use both he and they,
Yeah.
I appreciate the assuming they, you know.
Yeah.
I know not everybody does, but I do. I like the assuming they.
Yeah. Dude, I get, like, me doing nothing, and I'm just out and around, and, like, I'll get hemmed on the street, and I'm like, okay, sure.
Uh-huh.
That said, if you're ever just making a joke, and you're, like, calling me girl, please just do that. If it's just for a bit or a joke, you can tell me, go piss girl, okay? We don't need to go piss they, but that is very funny if you do that too. So,
or
if it's
you
for
like,
a joke,
oh, baby girl.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, this is fine. I think it's like, I'm here, I will play into the bit faster than I'd ever be, like, uncomfortable by it. You know what I mean? Like, I call myself a little guy or whatever all the time. Or I'm like, oh, yeah, like, Papa needs, like, some whatever, and I'm referring to me. It's just whatever is kind of funny and works. What's the...
For a bit, I am so gender fluid.
Yeah, absolutely. We're doing it for the sake of the joke. You know, this isn't about me.
Yeah.
This is...
Right.
Flexing the male pronouns. It baffles me every time. And, like, it's happened where I'm like, I am just there. You know what I mean? And, like, some guy's just like, okay, sir. And I'm like, thank you. And he hears my voice at all and goes, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, please don't overcorrect. It's fine. I really...
See, and you know what the really funny thing is? When I started YouTube,
yeah,
everybody assumed I was a guy because of my voice.
Really?
Yeah, which, like, I think that my voice doesn't necessarily lean masculine, but it leans ambiguous enough that people
I could agree.
Guy.
Yeah.
And so then, when I did, like, I had to come out online, because that's fun. Then, you know, the transphobic people were like, but you sound like a girl.
Yeah, right,
I
know. Yeah, you're like, oh, Christ, okay, sure.
5 years ago.
Yeah. The other day when I went to go park the car for the Christmas event, the security guy was like, my guy, you're all good, and I hadn't said a word. As they should. Hell yeah.
Oh, really, Roku? That's funny. Also, MJ, it's Whitney now. And Whitney's doing well. I also did see, Whitney's actually right here.
I'm right
Whitney's
here.
barely not poking into camera, but I could see Whitney in the Discord window, so. Transphobes are so funny because they try so hard to mistreat people. And, like, I love when they fail. When they were like, what was it, like, looking at, like, Philosophy Tube, you know? And she's up there looking fucking fantastic, and it was some guy being like, you'll never be a man, honey, you know? And it's like, well, that's the point.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, oh my god. It's like you don't know fucking anything. But
I did see way earlier in chat. Sorry if I say your username wrong. Nick Sellian said, Tennille, I hope you know I hyperfixated on your Riku is gay video. So hard, I made my sister, who doesn't care about ships, watch it so that I could talk about it more.
That's really sweet. That's
your
fun.
sister's a real one for doing that for you for a 6-hour video. So, hats off to your sister.
Yeah. Dude, Dream Drop music plays and I go, I can play that. I can fucking play that.
I can play that.
And we gotta get back to it. We have to finish that fucking list. I want it so bad. I need easy streams, especially for the, like, this month. After Soriku week is over, I have something immediately on the Sunday, because it's like a delayed birthday party thing from the month prior, and it just worked out that we had, this is when we're doing it. And then immediately after that, for those next couple days, I have to work in the cookie fucking mines. All right, I have to go deep into the cookie mines and do that for a couple days before shipping stuff out.
Yeah,
just because we have
that too.
Yeah, we always like look at the USPS will put out a like date where they're like, if you want something to arrive before Christmas, like aim for this day. And usually it's pretty safe, and it really depends on like where you're shipping it to. So if somebody's closer by, you know, it's probably going to take like a day and it's going to get there anyway. But we were like, we need to get this out of the way because we have that. And then we have a Christmas party like later, right? And we're just like, we need to get it out of the way and get all this stuff. And I, you know, immediately I'm going to have some of this just stuff we're doing, but I don't want to just fall off cold turkey and like not stream again. So I'm like, wouldn't it just be nice to just like play Dream Drop Distance? Just like once or twice a week, maybe. Like, that would be really fun. I don't know.
That'd be pretty great.
Just thinking about your cookie recipe, Niku. Have I talked about like a specific recipe or just like just cookies general? Because I've definitely... Need to make a potion to make me feel good about my body. Oh yeah, just like the gender fix potion of just, it makes you just realize going, oh, there we go. Like, it's not like it fixes you, but like, you're like, this will fix me. You know what I mean? You're like, this is what's gonna make it clear.
Yeah.
The gender clarity potion. How about that? You're doing a cage marathon, but I need to finish Trails of Cold Steel. Dude. Go for it. Go for it. Just forget it. Just do the KH marathon.
I also want to keep up streaming because this has been like, this week has been really good at getting me back into things.
Yeah, I think so too.
Headspace too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The ones you used for the Soriku cookies? Oh. Yeah, those were gingerbread cookies when I made the Soriku cookies.
Gingerbreads.
Yep.
I haven't decided what I'm gonna make yet.
What if you sketched a stencil for gingerbread Soriku, but it was a whole Soriku cookie screenshot redraw? Okay, look, I did make a stencil for Soriku cookies because when I made them, I just basically cut out paper cutouts that I had like drawn. I'm gonna find them really quick. What was it you said, Tennille, just before I was like prattling off about Soriku cookies?
I need to figure out what cookies I'm gonna make.
Oh, yeah.
Keith and Twig are gonna make some cake pops, and they've got a couple of other ideas. My go-to cookies, and these aren't really like festive at all, but my go-to cookies as like a special treat are monster cookies. Which, did I make those when you were here?
No.
Okay.
I don't think we didn't have any cookies. But you did make delicious waffles and fruit and shit. It was your birthday.
Yeah.
And I was like, why are you cooking on your birthday? You're like, I wanted to.
That's right. Yeah, my typical ones are monster cookies, which are like oatmeal cookies with peanut butter and chocolate chips and M&Ms.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can envision them all together.
Yep. They're so cute.
Yes. My Soriku cookies that I made, they were a lot of work. So like they were fun when I was just like doing them for fun. And then when it was like, oh, I'm making more for like more pals, because here I also made Gayblade cookies. Aha, which were also a lot of work. And they also had a little Paopu. This one was, it's fine, don't worry about it. But
Paopu's more manageable though.
Paopu's way more manageable, but they did break in transit very quickly because they just have a lot of little points to break. I'd love to make them again someday, but I'd have to like actually get myself like a stencil made of some kind just to make it tenable at all.
Yeah.
Hi, Robin. But yes, I had this and I had this. I made these like stencils to like, I cut them out with paper and then I would lay them flat on the cookie dough and then I would like, I basically would just cut it out with like a butter knife. And then when I shipped them off, I put them in here and I got look at the ribbon. I learned how to make the ribbon, and I had a Sora and a Riku ribbon. I would tape them underneath together, and then I would fold them over and tie them together on top. So I made a perfect Soriku ribbon.
So perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Yay! Thank you, everyone. Since then, I have foregone sending tins because, turns out when you put something breakable in something not very breakable, the not breakable thing breaks the breakable thing more often than not. So, it's something where, like, I basically started putting cookies in, like, bags and trying to surround it more with, like plastic bags or paper mache or something like, or not paper mache, but, creepy paper, you know what I mean? I've been putting that in there. Creepy paper. It's crepe paper? Creepy paper. But, like, anything that braces it, basically, tends to treat it a lot better over time.
You gotta treat it like, did you ever have to do the experiment in high school where your teacher will throw an egg off a building and it's your job to, like, protect the egg by building a structure?
We didn't have to do that, but, like, I did see it around. Whether it was just, like, on TV or something like that. Yeah, egg. Have you ever thrown it? It really is, like, you have to think you're like, I am transporting something fragile. You know what I mean? Even if it's just, like, but that's if you want it to still look okay. There is a point where it's just, like, I'm sending you a fucking cookie. It's, like, you're gonna, the bits will taste good, too, you know? But that's what I recommend if you're, like, trying to ship cookies of any kind, is, like, surround it with something to brace the movement in a soft way.
Another reason I go for the monster cookies, because even if they crumble apart,
that's just a bunch of good bits.
That's just a bunch of good bits.
Tennille, I got a question. How is the DLC of Riku is Gay going along?
On pause.
On pause. Pretty reasonably.
It's still on my agenda. Like, it's still on my to-do list. But obviously, I give myself other projects, and then other things get put on hold.
It was wax papers, Ziploc bags, the bubble wrap, or whatever other cushioning. Yeah, basically. But anyway, I'm gonna be what is the word I'm thinking of?
Making cookies? Bacon?
Yeah, baking cookies. No, what's the, hold on, wait. Drafted. I'm gonna be drafted into the cookie wars.
Ah, yes.
That's what I was thinking of. Soon enough, that will be me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here's the look at the first time I, on a whim, made Soriku cookies. When I was like, gingerbread men, I'm like, but what if I made them Soriku? And this is before I, like, understood more about, like, how you can have control over frosting. So this was just like, I kind of could make these colors, and, you know, it was really spur of the moment type thing. And then later I was like, okay, but how do people make these really clean looking cookies? And then I learned how to make, like, frosting that is, like, consistent and you can do stuff. And then that's how I ended up making these were a year apart, so this was like next year. And even some of this, I'm like, I know how I could do that better, but you know. So this is what learning how to do stuff can do. They tasted so good though. They did, yeah, because all of the icing has like a bit of like lemon in it. So it's gingerbread with like a citrus like icing on it. I do remember Miko drew like one of my Riku cookies, and it was like so perfectly recreated it like caught me off guard. I was like, oh my god, that's right, that's exactly what the cookie looks like. What did you had to self-censor because Automod? You can say anything but hating Chinese plum juice? Oh, I see, because the Automod is just like you are like calling something Chinese, I guess, and so then it goes, whoa, now, hold on, are you saying something bad? And then it's just like, no, actually, no.
No.
You can love Chinese plum juice, but you can't hate it. So that's where that came from. And you can hate French plum juice, but you can't hate Chinese plum juice. Interesting. They let you hate the French, I guess.
Yeah. Who doesn't? I mean,
they're gonna be fine. They'll survive. Shannon and I were workshopping it. I was hearing about this. The most oppressed people of all, the French. Automod malding after the Game Awards. I mean, did you see them last night? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was so funny that, like, okay, so after that, you know, I had my igloo stew with my friends, and I had some pumpkin pie that was delicious. And we were just kind of watching stuff, and Canary kept bringing up the movie Fred Claus before, and we love watching a kind of just washed-ass, kind of not great movie, right? And, you know, Canary's like, yeah, Fred Claus. And we were like, sure, you know what, let's watch a dumb Christmas movie. And it has Paul Giamatti as Santa Claus and Vince Vaughn, who is just some guy who plays the same guy in every movie he's ever been in. And, he's Fred Claus, Santa Claus's brother. And, we were just watching, it was just an absurd movie where it would sometimes have some scenes where we were like, if this were in a good movie, this scene might have something going for it. Also, Kevin Spacey was there, which was like, but
yeah, I
anyway,
remember trailers for this.
Yeah. Well, we watched Fred Claus, and there's a point where Fred of Fred Claus fame gave a Christmas present to like his sort of girlfriend who like he was really fumbling the bag with, but now, you know, he's on the upswing narratively, so he gave her a present, and she pulls out the most French fucking little teddy bear. It has a little cap, it has a little striped shirt, it's holding a French flag.
Does it have
and Canary was just like, yeah, basically it was just like the most French fucking bear, and Canary starts laughing, and she's like, I can't believe Claire Obscure won Fred Claus. So, that was like the night of, you know. Holy shit. Fred Claus 2007 won by Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Good one, Canary.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was very funny. That movie had a budget of $100 million. It was crazy. They had like nice sets in that movie, and the movie was just strange. It was strange. And like, I love Paul Giamatti. I love seeing him in things. He was an odd Santa Claus because you just can't take like the anxiety out of Paul Giamatti. So it was really hard to be like a convincing like, oh, what a nice guy, what a saintly guy who's so, you know, like, I'm not saying he can't have anxiety, but it's like, it was Paul Giamatti. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was something where it was just not, like, it didn't, I don't know, it didn't quite land, but we were just, like, fascinating. This is a fascinating fucking movie. He has whale eye. He's got human eyes, but it looks like the, oh yeah, like the real, like, whites of the eyes, you know?
I mean, I can do that. I've got big eyes, too.
Yeah. His eyes look like anime dog eyes. Okay. Sure. Your big anime eyes. What's the prompt for today again? Was it like a memory? Was it like Oblivion? I think is the prompt. Let's get Niku 17 hype train. Woo, woo, woo. You know, we don't have like 300, 400 people or whatever in chat to do it, but like 1K subs, let's go.
Let's go.
It would also be like a group, when you're like sharing with somebody, it is like a combined hype train, which is fun. So like you could be sending money
let's go.
to either one of us, and it would still make like the same hype train go up. I was today years old when I learned the term whale eyes. Yeah, I guess I've never known that it was called whale eyes specifically, but I know what it is. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've heard of that term before.
Robots 2005, my beloved. I'm glad you're picking up on it. Because they were having elves bite people's ankles to Scooby-Doo cartoon noises, and then you'll have Giamatti and Spacey acting their asses off in like one super emotional scene, and it's absurd. It's true. It was true. That movie was all over the place. All those gifts, and I somehow didn't get a sub. I'm so sorry. You were the one person who didn't get it.
Santa said no.
We could if we make Graven rage you. I don't know if Graven's mod would want to stream right away after Graven's stream. They deserve breaks too. I mean, we did just start. And both Tennille and I are mods, right? So, like, I think he owes us.
Yeah.
Serious, this guy has high pressure in his eyeballs. Well, he really looks like a guy, you know? He really looks like some kind of guy. Okay, I'm gonna try a different brush. Maybe that'll strike me, you know?
Ooh,
oh
yeah.
God, I wanna play Kingdom Hearts. Woo! That's like the same.
He has reached like a midway point of Destiny Islands.
Yes.
On Reverse Rebirth, so Riku's side.
Yep.
He's getting close.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, he's just shy of the very cinematic, dramatic fight that he will have the whole scene on Destiny Islands, so kind of good to try. Yeah, I feel like he stopped at a good place for what it's worth. And as a reminder for everyone, because this did come up in my own Discord, is that he did say and has decided that when he starts KH2, it will be in January. So that way, because it's like otherwise things are going to land awkwardly around the holidays, and you know, it's good to give people room to breathe for the holidays a little bit. You know what I mean? You're going to be seeing people, people are going to be traveling. Like, he has his own family, you know, that he has to tend to and everything. So I think Hiniku's going to play 358. Is he going to play 358 before KH2? Hey, Graven, is it weird hearing Is it weird hearing your own voice? Is it wait, there was another one that got asked that was like, I swear to God, it gets asked like every time. But that was one where it was like, is it weird to hear your voice out, you know, in the game?
Yeah. I had a good question today, and he ignored me.
Well, what was it? I remember seeing you ask a good question, and then now I don't remember.
It was right after somebody asked something about voice acting that they've asked like a million times. And that got me thinking, and I was like, if you could be in a recording booth with one of the other KH actors, like, is there somebody you would want to record with, or is there like a specific character you want to do, like with Riku, like this like Axel and Riku talking to each other or something like that?
Right. Yeah, that would be fun. That'd be cool. I mean, when I put the little questionnaire up or whatever, I guess you can put it there so I can like. I mean, I could just add it in there and just be like, Tennille had this question, by the way, you know. Why are you bald? Can you bring Haley on the stream? Would you ever do an interview with HMK? Hey.
Oh my God. Hello, welcome to stream.
My first time catching a stream. Hello. It's my birthday. Can you say happy birthday, please? Are you friends with Haley? I'm trying to remember all the questions. 358 is always a question. Is it weird hearing your own voice? Anything about KH4? It's always 358. I thought we avoided it today, but it showed up. He just didn't read it. It even came up during the Game Awards, and I had to say something. Like, every fucking time with this.
Every single time. Until he starts playing KH2.
Yeah, exactly. Then it'll probably change to, did you play 358?
Are you going to play 358? Did you play 358?
Yeah, that's going to be the new one.
Let me spoil things in 358, because you've obviously already consumed
Definitely,
it.
Yeah. He's never going to play 358. It will be your fault for asking. The only question I asked was about timeline or release order for his playthrough. Oh, yeah. And I mean, that's always an easy question of just like, oh, playing it in release order. Like, that's just the best way to consume the story. And I'm glad it was so funny, like, last night talking about it. And he was like, that's just how you, that's how you have to, any story. It's like when they release information, it's working off of what you would know at that point. You know what I mean? That just makes the most sense. Right. I'm like, oh, thank God.
No,
it's the same question every single time. Those 2 days copies are staying sealed at this rate. I mean, yeah, I'll have to talk to him about it, because he was like, yeah, because I can get like a modded 3DS and like try to stream it and yada yada. And he was just like, right, Miku, you'll help me, right? And I was like, yes, yeah, I'll help you. I'm here. Yeah, I'll help you out. We'll figure it out. It'll be fine.
So I think I've decided, like, switching topics. I think I've decided that for these longer animated sections, like properly animated sections, I'm just going to do like a one color, Riku is blue, Sora is red.
Yeah.
And then also let the like rough animation stay underneath and everything.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, like, I think that's fine. As long as it's, you know, nice, you can see it, right? Like, I think it'll look good.
Yeah, because I ain't coloring all this, y'all. Hi, Guppy.
Yeah. Guppy, here to do evil. My only question would be, would you consider doing more VA work for games? Because I would love to hear more Graven. He's actually spoken on this before, where he was like, damn, I should have gotten in on doing more voiceover work, because I really enjoy doing it. And like, I think it's cool and fun. And the last con he went to, he ended up talking with like good old Ben Diskin, as in, you know, the guy who voices young Master Xehanort, as well as a million other voices. And he was like, you want to do some anime? You want to do more dubbing and stuff? And he was like, yeah. And he was like, I'll hit you up. Don't worry. I'll you know. And he was like, really? Like, so I hope maybe something comes through for him on that end.
Yeah, I hope so.
But he was like, Ben Diskin is the best. Love that guy. So, so hopefully he gets something. But
yeah.
Annoying to mod on mobile. It takes a billion years to do one thing if you mess up. Yeah, it's true.
Dude, if I'm on mobile, I can't. I just say like, sorry, other mods.
Yeah, maybe I'll be looking at it, you know, where I'm like, eh. But that's about it.
But
like, I can talk on there, but like, you really are like limited in what you can do on mobile.
I'm honestly, I'm not even sure how to delete comments on mobile. So I'm just like,
right. Hold on. Leary, I saw you had a question that I was like in the middle of reading, and then we were talking about something. Niku, do you know how to be updated or research fashion for characters? I'm realizing that I don't have the ability to create outfits on my own. I'm plain. Look, I've ran into that same kind of problem. Honestly, the best thing you can do is just go and look at fashion. That's it. Like, that's the best thing you can do, is like looking at like fashion or like runways, because a lot of this stuff is like, especially people are just creating art on the body that's usually clothing in some capacity. That isn't always going to be, like, functional, but it'll definitely be, like, inspiration. And whether it's, like, something more functional or something more fantastical or whatever, it's something that's, like, you just kind of have to go look at it. I was looking at a lot of outfit stuff that was, just, like, Tokyo Disney, like, parade outfits that people wear. Those are so fucking cute. Great, like, design. Great to look at. You just kind of have to go pick somewhere and just start looking at it. And you'll just start to, like, the more you build your, like, mental library of, like, what clothes can and can't do, or, like, being inspired by something somebody made, like, the more that builds up, the easier it will come to you.
Mm-hmm. Also, what, Gabby? The blood vomit shit trailer?
What are your... Oh! How all of... Let's see. Was it just, specifically the, Divinity? Okay,
oh,
yeah.
Divinity. Okay.
And it was the blood vomit shit trailer.
It was? Look. Okay.
I feel like, I think that trailer is totally fine. It probably should have come with a, hey, this is for, you know, like, heads up really quick, but then, like, you know, then it's what it is, I guess.
Yeah. So, I love Baldur's Gate.
Yes.
And part of the charm of, and I'm talking about, like, the old Baldur's Gates, like, part of the atmosphere is this, like, nasty gore, viscera, gothic, medieval-ish nastiness. It's just, like, part of the aesthetic, and it's a very, like, a late 90s thing, too.
Yeah.
Games you can smell, yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, in the original Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2, if you land a critical hit on an enemy that would kill them, they explode into meaty chunks. Like...
And it is very that time.
Yeah. So, when it got to the trailer, normally, when I see kind of gross out stuff like that, I'm like, meh, whatever. But I had a nostalgic feeling while watching it. I was like, this feels familiar. And so I was into it. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I see. It's going to be Larian. It's going to be Larian's next game. And then I was right. So... watching a guy melting. Oh, how nostalgic. Yeah, no, it's got whatever's mixed in the sauce of those types of games, you know?
Yeah.
If I saw it in, like, a sci-fi setting, I'd be like, oh, nah, this is whatever. But because it's like, it's got that thing that makes my brain go, oh, childhood.
Yeah. Yippee!
Is it food? No. Oh, what is it? That would be nice. Okay. Thank you. That nostalgia of pigs eating someone's vomit like slop, I guess. It's like almost a campiness to
yeah,
how
it's so, like, over the top, you know what I mean?
Right.
In that way, like, that, like, there's a certain tone to it, I guess. Or, like, I do know what you mean.
Yeah. Like, you know, these aren't the same flavors, but similar.
Yeah.
They're, like, next to each other. But, you know, if you've watched, like, Tim Burton's Sweeney Todd, the blood and gore is so, like, over the top and campy that it's not... It's like, whatever.
Self-flagellating guys, and then the lizard orgy, you know.
Well, see, and the self-flagellating guy is what really tipped me off, because I'm like, oh, that happens in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes, that is a thing where it's like, you know, that's their whole thing.
Yeah.
I just loved, like, you know, and then there's like a pause and we see him again, and I'm like, keep going, boys, we're not done, you know?
Yeah.
You got it. The show's not over. You have to keep going. Your shift is still on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. A fish and some potatoes.
Yummy. Yeah, self-flagellation. We've all seen it.
I've been there. Been there, done that.
Assuming most Larry games, it's going into early access first. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
From the YouTube vid of the trailer. Not a cell phone in sight, just people living in the moment. Wow.
That's a good one. I love that. It's why also when the Diablo trailer played, I got a very similar feeling. I was like, this is Diablo.
The comment that was like, why isn't Jesus helping that guy? Really fucking cracked me up. That was really good.
No, that was good. But yeah, Diablo gave me the exact same feeling where even though I didn't play Diablo, it was still very much of that time.
Yeah.
And so like I recognized it immediately. I was like, oh,
I do need to say, by the way, when we were seeing the Resident Evil trailer and the guy yelled Grace, Gabby, I did see your comment. That was like me when I sit down for my Christian meal, and I was like laughing, but like more stuff was happening and I couldn't get to it. It was like, Grace, you know? I knew you saw it because you laughed. I'm so glad. It really got me. Me when I sit down for my Christian meal.
Reminds me of a comment someone said about the Star Wars hotel. If Walt were alive, he would have never allowed guests a chance to check their phones. You know, it's hard to say what Walt would do, but I think that's probably would be a goal of his. It's like, I don't want people checking on their damn phone.
Yeah, it'd probably translate into a, like, you know, well, if we can do it so they wouldn't even want to, you know?
Right.
Versus, like, I fucking hate them. I mean, like, because Walt hated, not hated public, he wanted public transit and hated fucking cars, and that usually translated into, what if public transit and not like the I fucking hate you cars, you know what I mean? It was just like, let's pivot somewhere else. So it'd be something where it's just like a, instead of like a boo phones, I hate them, it's like, what if everything was so what you didn't feel like you needed them, you know what I mean?
Well, or it would be like, you could have phones if they're my phones. If they're like the way I made them. Because the way other people make them sucks.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Rare-based Walt Disney moment. People are complex, is the thing. And, like, yeah, he fucking hated cars and he hated, like, traffic, like, big time. Which is why we had things like the People Mover and other stuff like that, because it was just, like, you know, in his, like, utopian society,
I want
basically.
The People Mover.
Yeah. It's,
I know it's not good for, like, all disabilities. You would have to, like, we would need some Imagineers on it. Okay? Yes. I can admit that. But people movers around towns and cities? Fuck, dude, that'd be great.
I know. Even just having like basic we have the Max here, which is it's just like a public transit kind of like train, you know, like a line you can ride easily. And even just having that, especially for like downtown, crazy. It's like that mixed with buses for things that are like off the line, you know? But like once you have like a ticket downtown, you can just take any of them. You can just hop on any of them and go anywhere. And it's like, wow, oh my God, imagine if like we leaned like full scale into having this everywhere all the time. Imagine what that could be like, you know?
I want high speed.
Imagine trams, accessible trams.
I want high speed trains all across the country. I want trams. I want people movers.
Yep. Yep. High-speed rail. Dude, my introduction to monorails as a kid was the Simpsons episode. Where everybody got scammed into having a monorail in the town because it would bankrupt them, basically.
Is it like one of those Smithers schemes?
No, there's like a guy who comes to town and they have a whole song about it. And it's basically like, wow, wouldn't this be so cool? And like, yeah, it would be so cool, but it's kind of just a guy like scamming at that point because like it's something where it's like it's such an undertaking that there's like no finishing it basically like financially and it like is like a town ruiner, but like he can go around making sales and he sings his little song and he's got his little striped jacket and his little hat and everything and a cane and
it's all the flim flam.
Yeah monorail.
See, and I've heard that. I've heard like the song.
Yep.
Simpsons was absolutely not allowed in my house.
I can completely I can understand and bet that would be the case, which is funny because my dad just loved The Simpsons. And it was something where it was just like, yep, well, now I'm just going to teach my child and we're just going to watch it together and whatever, and it's fine. Despite the fact that he's like, yeah, definitely so conservative, so very conservative. And I'm like, I don't think The Simpsons were that conservative, Dad.
Well, it's kind of like my grandpa watched King of the Hill for a little while.
Yeah.
I wasn't allowed to watch it. My grandpa watched it. He thought it was funny until he suddenly stopped watching it. And I'm going to guess that he suddenly realized that the show was making fun of him.
Yeah, I think that's how a lot of that fucking happened. Because it's something where it's like, I'd say it's actually still very, relatively like kind to the demographic it's poking fun at, because it's like ultimately at the end of the day it's like these are the main characters that we're following, and while they are very much, you know, many of them both eccentric but down to earth like real people as characters, it does go out of its way to be like these are real people, you know what I mean? These are like real people with like feelings and how they got here, and maybe they're gonna learn something new, and it always is like trying to put, it's like, you know, taking the step in the right direction ultimately, but it's just like, yeah, but like these characters are still likable. These like goofy kind of conservative characters, like everybody loves Hank Hill, you know what I mean? He's really a certain type of guy, but he's like a well-meaning guy, you know?
Yeah.
And then eventually you learn that you're like, oops, wait, this wasn't here to validate my feelings. Actually, maybe this was about like just learning something new outside of your comfort zone and becoming a better person, and you know.
Yeah.
Tennille, can you remind me which of
the like quote unquote adult cartoons? So no
I
Simpsons,
watch them all
no
the
South
fucking
Park,
time.
No,
I did not watch much
Family Guy.
South Park. That was one my dad did not really like, and I think that's fine. So I didn't really watch South Park, but like The Simpsons, King of the Hill, Futurama were all very much things I watched a lot of. But also,
I have caught up on some of them as an adult. Like,
yeah. We're making Canary watch Futurama right now because she's just never watched it. And it's like, damn, Futurama's still really good. You what?
I have watched all of Futurama.
Okay, good. Futurama's good. I made Canary watch the Robot Hell episode last night, so that one's a good one. I didn't realize that was in the first season. They really came out swinging with that one, so.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I've
definitely watched like the first season of The Simpsons, and then like bits and pieces here and there, kind of just through cultural osmosis.
Yeah.
And I don't really like Family Guy or South Park. King of the Hill we started watching.
Yeah.
But we were also like, this is kind of just re-traumatizing me because it's just reminding me of
That's fair.
home.
I
So
would
I'm like, I can't watch this right now.
Yeah,
but like I have an
think that's fair.
appreciation for King of the Hill.
Yeah. I think knowing like the intention behind it can help with that too, because that's something too where I'm like, oh, there is a familiarity in like the conservatism here, but it's something where like, because it's like separate enough and like you can tell the intention behind the show, that I'm like, this is just in good fun in a way that you're like, I know these people, you know what I mean? I've known these people.
Yeah, it's like I have a fondness for like the whole cast. I like the show, but I haven't watched it.
That's fair.
Seen lots
that's
of
fine.
clips of it,
I think
but it's just
it
like
definitely
if I sit down in that world for too long, I'm just like, oh,
yeah,
this
that's
feels
something
like
to be
home.
like paced out a little bit. This feels like home in the bad way.
In the bad way.
I will say there was a question up here that I was just like, what was like which Disney CEO was like the coked out businessman? And
that'd be Michael Eisner.
Yeah, that was Michael Eisner, who was the guy who approved Kingdom Hearts. So we have him to thank to be going like, hell yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Never.
Cocaine
like,
gave us Gage.
Even as a little Tennille, I was like, Michael Eisner, he's ruining things, because I was like big into Disney history. But me today, I'm like, God, I wish we had Michael Eisner.
I know. Claude being like, I keep seeing people be like, maybe we were too harsh on him.
But I think we were too harsh on him.
We didn't know how much worse it could get. You know what I mean? And I would still much rather guy who's willing to risk it on dumb shit to like get some of the gold out of it than like guy who just decides to own every company on the planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
God damn. Eisner catches many deserved strays, but Iger is so much worse. Sometimes the dumb shit was good. Sometimes the dumb shit was good, and that's fine, you know? But yeah, coked out businessman for sure.
Sometimes the dumb shit, like, it took a little time to, like, it had to age a little bit, you know?
Yes, yeah, we had to get distance and be like, okay, all right, okay, maybe this was a good idea, yeah. You go off topic to the conversation at hand, but I'm mad. What do you mean you don't need to draw a circle to make a proportional face? Here's the thing. I often draw a circle and then I completely disregard the circle. Like, I'll go to draw a head and I'll be like, all right, here's this. And then I just draw shit around it that means nothing. Like, it's... But also, if you do it enough, it just gets easier. At some point, it becomes something you don't have to think about so much. And it just is... Like, learning to draw things, like, in perspective, that just comes from practice. Eventually, you just kind of know what it looks like.
Yep.
Without having to use rulers and stuff. I mean, not that that's like, wow, everybody should get to that point or something. It's just, like, it's a learnable skill. That's all.
For different people, it just makes sense drawing different ways.
Yep. What a long way to tell me skill different. You fucking skill issue, dude. I mean, I say it as a means to be encouraging, and that it's something that it's like, everybody starts somewhere, and like, it's just something where like, you can just learn it. And that's cool. I don't know. It's something where you can just get there and be like, oh yeah, like I remember having to do this all the time, and eventually you just start to develop an eye for it without realizing. And then you can just shortcut it. I'm at that hump right now where I have to get over hating my art to do more art often and improve my art. It's so easy to hate your own art, but I promise you the people looking at your stuff don't feel the same way that you do. And I think sometimes, like, removing yourself from it...
Wow, 2 cakes!
Yeah, exactly. It's something where when you can, like, remove yourself from it, like, always remember that only you can prevent forest fires. That only you can see what's in your head. Nobody else can see that. And there's going to be, I'm not saying you can't draw and look at your art and be unsatisfied, You know, that you can't be like, this could be better. That's fine. There is like a healthy amount of like, you know, like constructive criticism that you can have to be like, no, I could have done this better if I do it this way, blah, blah, blah. But just hating your own art, it doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't make you get better. It makes you draw less, which makes you not get better. It doesn't always make you worse. It just makes you not better at all. You know what I mean? If hating your own stuff worked, then a lot of people would be a lot farther than they probably are. You know what I mean? But it's something where, like, when you just remember, like, I always think about it this way, where, like, I remember seeing photos of myself I had to get used to, because I'd be, like, uncomfortable with, like, seeing myself at a weird angle or something. And, like, I think everybody's experienced that to some extent, because you're just not used to seeing this perhaps unflattering looking angle, like, that you think looks unflattering. But at the end of the day, like, I had to consider that, like, my friends are seeing this all the time, and they just think, that's my friend. That's my friend who I love, you know, that's my friend who I like to see. And I had to just start being like, I'm just gonna think what they're thinking. I'm just gonna start thinking that, you know what I mean? That it's like, I see somebody or I hear somebody and they go, ooh, I don't like how I look at that photo, or ooh, I don't like the sound of my voice. And I'm like, that's how you sound to me all the time, and that's just my friend. And I just like to hear, I just like to hear and see you. And like, I'm not thinking anything of it. So like, I have to go at my own stuff with the same mentality of, people are going to look at this and they're going to be like, that's really cool. And it's like, sure, maybe it's not exactly what I'm seeing up here. And sure, maybe I can be like, no, I can do this better. But it's really important to like consider that, like, you know, your perspective is only yours. You're the only one who's looking at the thing and thinking, man, my shit sucks ass. You know what I mean? Because people just aren't. They don't really feel that strongly about it, I promise.
It really does help to look at yourself, and when you have those bad feelings, be like, if I was looking at my friend, would I be thinking this right now?
Yeah. That's always a good, like little check-in.
Yeah.
You know, a little temp check. Yeah. You're like, would I ever say this to my friends? And if you are making exceptions for yourself, start there. That's the problem. You cannot be okay with like, well, I would never say this to somebody, but I can say it to me. No, you can't. No, you can't. No. Bitch, you're not special. You're not special enough to be the world's most uniquely fucked up, miserable little man. I'm sorry. And
also, if you look at yourself and you're like, I think my friend would say that, then one, get new friends. But two, also, try and look at yourself in the mirror, and if you, like, this is a little bit more of a, like, broader concept, but like, if you were the perfect parent that you needed, what would that perfect parent say to you? Yeah.
Like, what was something that, like, you could think of that you're like, God, I wish they had said this to me instead of this, whatever the fuck fucked me up. Think of that, and think how you deserve that, and you can say it to yourself. Also, we are in a hype train. Yippee Yahoo. Yippee Kaye. Level 1, we're almost level 2. And now we need to get to level 17. Graven, come over here. Bring everybody. We need a hype train 40 minutes. 2.
Come on, Graven.
I want to sing, but I don't know if I sound good.
Soriku hype train.
You don't know until you try, right? Singing is also a very learned skill. It's something where it's like you have to, it's one of those things you really have to enact and do to feel out and find the spots that sound good. You can't just be like, well, conceptually, I know what it is. I know what sounds good in, you know, outside of me. Like, you have to do it. Cooking is the same way. Art is the same way. It's a physical activity, and you aren't going to start developing a muscle memory for it unless you start using your muscle for it.
Gabby, he didn't even get like an hour and a half into Persona 3.
So funny that he's still playing Silk Song. When he went, got to Hawaii, hated it, and then he left. It was an hour and 20 minutes. That's how long that was. I remember he came over here, and I was like, wow, that was fucking short.
But no, the thing about singing,
level 2.
and I have a specific pet peeve about this. I know a lot of people are like really big assholes when it comes to like, well, if you can't sing well, don't sing.
Ah,
How
fuck
dare
them.
you?
It's so...
I hate that shit.
I hate
and
that.
I
It's
think
the
it
same
needs to be said
stupid
more
whole...
often. That if you want to sing, fucking go ahead and sing.
Yeah, even if you think you sound bad,
like.
it's such a, like, primal joy, in the same way that it's like, if someone would be like, your smile is weird, I would punch their teeth in. You know what I mean? It's so like, why are you doing that? Why would you make somebody feel bad about like the most basic of joys? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
About laughing or smiling or singing or even just dancing. It doesn't have to, it's just, does it feel nice? Are you having a good time?
Mm-hmm.
Great. That's great. Anyway, we're at an exciting hype train level 2. For a minute. For 1 whole minute. Yippee! Yahoo!
Good job, guys. Hell yeah.
I would be so sad. I take those sort of comments so hard. I mean, most people do, because it's a really personal thing to say to somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, and it feels like something that you can't really control. Like your smile,
yeah,
your laugh,
yeah,
your singing voice. Like, cool. Thanks for being an asshole.
Yeah, exactly. Don't listen to those people, and don't let those people exist in your head, okay? Don't, you gotta, we can't be doing that. Being told you're annoying when you're having fun and not trying to be annoying, the worst. Yeah, it does feel really bad. I've definitely been there. I've definitely been in positions where, like, we were having fun and people told me I was loud and annoying, and I was like, okay. Sorry. Like, the loud thing, yeah, that happens. I've always had to deal with, like, I project, and then I won't realize I'm being really loud. But yeah, there are different ways.
Or I did it a lot as, like, a kid and teen. And my family would always be like... Which, I think that's okay. Just telling someone, like...
Just like, okay. Because it's something, too, where it's, like, sometimes it truly is just, like... I'll get like a weird kind of tinnitus-y like buzz in my ear if something's too loud. And so sometimes you're just like, hey, it's not a problem, but like, I just need quiet for like a moment. I swear to God, it's okay. But just like, my mom would just be like, indoor voices. And I'd be like, right, sorry.
Yeah.
You can ask someone to be quiet without being too mean. It's true. Someone who's autistic and struggles to regulate my own voice and tends to talk louder than needed. Getting told I'm too loud hurts because I don't even realize. Yeah, I think that's something too where it's like important to be like, hey, you know, at what point is somebody just asking this on like a functional level of like, oh, we just need to be quieter, you know, versus like in a way that they're like upset or making you feel bad needlessly about it. You know what I mean? Like there is a line at a certain point people will cross where they're just being like kind of just mean to you about it in a way that's just like as if they just want to make you feel bad for having been loud and not realize it. Versus just being like, okay, a little, it's just, we're like, oh, let's bring it down just a little bit, you know, and just being like, okay, cool, good. Like, you're not doing anything wrong. It's just sometimes it just gets away from me. You know what I mean? And you just go, oh, whoops, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I've been in that position many times. And there is a certain degree where you know, you have to kind of separate yourself from that to be like, oops, it's just something I do sometimes. And yeah, it is really loud when I'm basically yelling and someone's sitting right in front of me. But it is also important to recognize when it's just like, is somebody doing that? Or are they, you know, being needless? Like, how are they treating me when they're asking me of this? You know, like, who, what? Do my friends hate me? Are they shitty? I don't know.
Another thing, I was going to kind of loop the conversation back to where we started on all this with the drawing things. But like, you know, different people draw different ways, and also depending on what kind of things you draw can shape how you go about drawing things as well. Because like, for Niku, just going straight into, I guess, more line art or whatever, like that's great if you're doing illustration or caricature and stuff like that. But then on the flip side, if you're doing something like animation, like what I'm doing, having a good idea of your 3D shapes underneath everything when you're animating is really important, so that you know you have like have solid volumes that don't change.
Yep. Yeah, like the way I draw like is too it's a little clean in a way that like as far as like drawing, you have to be able to draw a billion times and be like, that doesn't work, and then draw it again. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't dedicate yourself too much to it. There are just different ways to do things. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yep.
I will be right back. And then I'm gonna go, and then Graven's gonna raid me, and I'm gonna be on the shitter. So bye. Tell him, if he comes in, tell him I'm on the shitter, okay? You have to use that word, too. Bye.
Alright, I will. Go piss, girl. Go piss, they. Go piss them. Okay, here we go. I'm get ads. Yeah. Well, good. You get ad time while Niku's gone. Oh yeah, I didn't see what the hype train emote was. Yeah, the Mega Man reveal was pretty surprising. That was cool to see. Oh, do you feel like Gabby, do you feel like the headphones being on your head, it like pushes in like a claustrophobic, like not quite claustrophobia per se, but just kind of like that trapped feeling? I can get that sometimes too. That's how I would describe it personally. Heavy and it touches me too much. Yeah, it's like that almost like skin sensitivity thing. Where it's like there's nothing like quote unquote wrong. There's nothing wrong about something touching you, but it doesn't feel right. See, and I dislike more earpieces, which is why I prefer bulky headphones. Because on the opposite end, sometimes I can feel trapped by them, but then on other days I can feel like, okay, I can be in my own space now. Like the trapped feeling gives me a relief, you know? funny story about like drawing tablets. I think when I was like 14 or 15, I bought my first drawing tablet, and I was like the only person I knew with a drawing tablet. So like I was just really like, I bought myself a computer, I bought myself a drawing tablet, and I had to like just figure it out by myself. And I started trying to do digital art, but I was like, oh, my drawing tablet isn't good enough. It doesn't have any like pen pressure. This is really throwing me off. I guess I can't use this. And it wasn't until I went to college that I realized I had to download a driver for my tablet so that it actually worked properly. And so basically when I was like learning to draw all through high school, but then when I went to art college, I basically had to relearn how to draw on tablet, because if you never experienced the difference before, you can learn how to draw, and then relearning how to draw on tablet, like, it is different. It's very similar, and it'll feel really frustrating because you're like, well, I can draw. I should be able to draw using this. Why does it feel worse? But like, it is two different skills. And so you have to rebuild your skills on that. And so I would easily say it took me at least like 3 years of drawing on tablet before I felt like my traditional art and my digital art were either on par or like comparable, you know? Yeah, no, you're not crazy. It's a thing. It's definitely a thing. And then when I moved to this computer, because I had used my laptop for ages, and I moved to this computer in like 2021, probably. It took a few months to feel like I was doing the right thing on like this computer, because not only did I get this computer, I got a new tablet with a screen, which was new for me, and I had swapped from using Paint Tool Side Clip Studio Paint. So like I had 3 new factors that I suddenly had to like relearn how to
contend with
draw again. Also, hi.
Hello. I'm
Raven
back.
did not rate us, so
I had my headphones on so I could at least hear. So when you say tablet, I'm curious. Do you mean like a screen tablet or just just a drawing tablet?
For what? Like the first one I had?
Yeah, well, because you were saying that you're like, then you had to relearn how to draw on a tablet, and I'm like, do you mean like a screen tablet or like a, because I draw on my little Wacom.
Yes.
Okay, on a screen tablet. Okay.
Yeah, but fun thing with that is that I learned I don't actually like drawing on the screen, so I use it like a tablet, like a drawing tablet, but I'm drawing on my second monitor, which
I
is
see.
up.
Interesting. See, I've also found that
I was like drawing on it, and I'm like, my hand's in the fucking way.
Yeah, basically, which is so strange because when it comes to drawing on like paper, I don't feel that way. But like on a screen, I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like, it's so, it drives me crazy. So like, that's why I don't even have like a screen tablet. I just have my little Wacom. But it's funny because, like, sometimes for some people it just works better than others. Like, my partner, DCS, was drawing on, like, a shitty little ass, like, tablet until we got them a screen tablet. And it was like, here's a screen tablet, go crazy. And then they're like, cool, I'll just like draw and ink and color like 3 like comic pages in a day or whatever. Like they're just, they're uniquely truly when it's like the Honda Civic brain that simply goes. Like that's them. they have the, you know, sim task list and they just go through them. And you know, not everybody can do that, but it was something where they were like, cool, I'll just do a screen tablet. That's easier. And then just like, you know, it just took off. But that's something where I was like, yeah, I'll try it out. And I tried drawing on like, Claude had like an iPad and I was like, oh, I love the idea of getting to sit anywhere and like draw and stuff. But I was so like, I felt like I was like, it's my new limb I'm trying for the first time today. And I'm like, you know, and it feels stupid. But then if I draw on a piece of paper in front of me, it's not really any different than like if I'm drawing on like a tablet. Cause like I'm drawing, my tablet is over here to my right and like beside me. So when I'm drawing, my arm is like over here as I draw.
Yeah.
And granted, to some extent, like, I'm just used to that, right? And I think that, like, if you were determined, you can learn. If you were like, I really want to do a screen tablet and the benefits that it has, and if you really want to push through that awkward learning phase, you can get there.
Yeah, like my co-director, Snap.
Yeah.
She has a big drawing monitor, and that's how she prefers to draw. Like, it just makes more sense in her brain.
Most annoying thing with display tablets, IMO, is the display of the colors. It's hard to sync with the monitor. That's something where, like, honestly, as long as they're relatively close enough and not, like, crazy, like, off-kilter, it's something where it's just, like, it's always going to, like, you can't control what it's going to look like on other people's screens, so I don't care. I gave up. I was just like, as long as they're close enough, it will generally look like this. Nobody cares about those colors.
And another thing to keep in mind, too, is everybody's monitors are going to be different.
Yeah.
So the only thing you really have to worry about is when you're going to go print something, you're just going to have to do test prints. You're going to have to make sure that you've set things up so they will look good for print.
And usually that's a lot of what benefits that is making sure that things have contrast. More than whatever the colors look like, because those are always going to be a little variable depending on the printer. If you make sure that there is contrast in your image, you make sure that, like, if you take something, I will show you guys really quick, okay? This is my advice to you, and this is what I did when I was working on this, and this is where Graven shouldn't come in because I don't want it to be spoiled for him. But my biggest example was when I was working on Tron Sora, right? When I was working on Tron Jr., I had, it might even still be in the clip. There it is. Cool. Okay, never mind. I had a layer over here. I don't know if it's showing up. It is. You can see the black right here. That's my hue layer. And when I turned it on, I could check to make sure to see how the actual, like, values looked against each other, because otherwise it's just a bunch of different shades of blue and gray. And that is a very easy way to start putting stuff together, and then it all kind of looks the same, and there's, like, no definition, despite the fact that one is a very clearly a gray and one is a bright blue. And so what I would do is you just make an extra layer on top of everything, fill it with black, and then turn it on like hue. And that way it'll put it into grayscale. And this is how you can check the actual, like, the contrast of the colors and the hue and the values and everything. And so this is what I kept checking to make sure that at the end of the day, even if all of the bright colors are like, wow, it was something you could still visually parse.
Yeah.
You gotta check your values, and that will help you in printing more than anything else, as long as your values are things that because I tried to think too, where I was like, if somebody is colorblind and they are looking at this, are they gonna be able to kind of tell that these lines and shades apart, you know what I mean? So if you're seeing this completely in black and white, can you still see it? Good, we're in a good spot. So that's something where it's like, if you're worried about like how colors look, or you're trying to print, or you're trying to make something, do this, okay? Don't worry about the colors so much as what the actual values are against each other.
That's also why, like, on a similar note, I
Yeah.
almost always am drawing on, like, a gray background. One,
Oh, yeah.
because it's just easier on your eyes, and
Yeah.
two, because it helps you realize, like, how much contrast, how much value is actually in the colors that you're using.
Yep.
It's easier to see things that are, like, really bright light and really dark darks, and then what kind of colors are kind of, like, sitting in that muddy gray zone.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, it was Niku art class. Thinking about that guy that colored the girl green because he didn't know he was that red-green color blind. I've actually run into that before. Where it was like a character I had who did have green skin, because he was like a zombie, and the person who like drew him was colorblind and was just like, oh yeah, like I just kind of figured and then like colored it, and I was like, oh, actually he's supposed to be this color. He was like, oh my god, I did. And it was just really funny, but
another reason why it's also, if you have commission sheets, it is so helpful if you have just little blotches of color for artists to color pick from.
Yeah. Like just having like just little on your sheet, and you're like, here's my, well, it wouldn't look like that, but you know, it'd be like, oh, my big splotch of whatever color, this color, and then it's labeled like I, you know.
Yeah.
And that way people can just straight color pick from it and just take some of the pain out of the process.
Like, I've gotta...
Maybe I only think it's fine because I'm just here to draw and not sweat the small stuff. It is important to zoom the fuck out. It will help you so much.
Oh yeah, zoom out.
But Graven is coming. Okay.
Is he actually?
I probably. I don't actually know what the fuck I'm drawing. I was just like, I'll draw a head. That's what I always default to.
Head.
I'll just draw like a head, a face, get that going, you know?
Here's my go-to, you know. I think, yeah, I did a whole drawing a blank on this, not with this character sheet, but with a different one, with Pool. But just, you know, you don't have to go this in-depth for, like, a reference sheet.
Right, yeah.
This is more so for animation. But I like doing a turnaround. I like having the palette all nice and easy for people to read. Stuff like that. And don't shade your refs.
You don't have to, just flat color.
Don't shade them. Especially the eyes. I know you want to. Don't. I'll come get you. Because what would always kill me in my commissions is when people would do like everything else would be fine, and then like the eyes would just be like shaded, perfect orbs, and I'm like, guys, what color is this supposed to be?
Yeah, now hold on. I need to know what color though.
What's the base color? It's sparkle colored, yeah. yourself. Draw rats for hours. You know, that's good advice, Claude. I could get down with that.
Would you get down with that sickness?
I could. Now I'm just talking about previous things I've drawn. I've drawn rats.
Uh-huh.
Where are my rats? My rats. Here they are.
Cute.
Rats.
Funnily, if I look over on like the stream together, I can just like see it better. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Right,
I don't know the Poppy series. I don't think I've ever heard of that. And just because I saw him and I like this guy, I'll also show off this guy. Because he's cool.
Let me look. Dude, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Misconception of the Papu fruit where I talk about sharing one, not two. I think you will be part of it. Working on Canary and I's newest comic.
Ooh.
That's what DCS said.
I was gonna say collab, but like you guys have been working together for a little while, so
Yes, yeah, it's been a minute of doing those. For sure. Always the dramatic music, and then I'm just like, yeah, I know this song, and I keep it playing, and I'm like singing to it, and I'm like, I wish I was listening to something more upbeat, despite the fact that I have the power to do
you
that.
have the full control.
Yep. Cute little face.
Dude, and I gotta say too.
Yeah.
This like just popped into my mind.
Okay, yeah.
In Toon Boom Harmony, this is something I miss. I miss a few different features from Toon Boom Harmony. The main thing I give up by not using Toon Boom Harmony, which was the animation program I used before I swapped over to Clip Studio Paint.
Yeah.
It has a lot of like animation specific friendly tools.
Right. I mean, I would imagine because it's I mean, I've also used Toon Boom Harmony, so I do know.
Yeah.
It's kind of what the whole program is for, right? So.
Yeah. But the convenience of, you know, Clip Studio Paint, can't argue with that. I might try a little of both in the future, but I really wanted to push myself for a while with using Clip Studio. Is that Toon Boom Harmony has a like paint forward tool, so you can literally do like the paint bucket tool on frame 1.
Oh, yeah,
and then it'll
yeah.
paint that spot all the way through
Yes,
the rest
I
of
had
your
to
frames.
use that a bit when I was using Toon Boom. I remember when I was working on the River City Girls intro a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which is like what I had to learn like Toon Boom for. Because of like at the time when it was just like, oh hey, we need help like cleaning and this like whole animated intro for the new like, I think it was like a re-release of River City Girls basically. And then they were like making like a more of a, it was more like a remaster type re-release. And so it was like, yeah, we made a whole animated intro, and so we were like helping with that.
That's fun.
And I remember part of it too was just like, oh, sure, we could do this, but like we had to like learn how to do Toon Boom. So that was a whole like a gaggle of us helping clean up this intro and being like, okay, now we are learning how to do it. And one of those tools was you paint bucket, and it across like many frames, you know what I mean? So long as it was generally in the same. So especially if something wasn't moving that much, it was so much easier.
Well, especially when I've done like run cycles and stuff. Oh, so useful. Or walk cycles. I'm just like, bam. Okay, bam. So good. What does Clip Studio Paint have over Harmony? Not much, to be honest. Like, if I had to recommend specifically an animation program, I would recommend Toon Boom. However, what I like about Clip Studio Paint is that it's also just the program I draw in. So, like, all the brushes I normally use are all just, like, right here.
Yeah.
It's why some people prefer to animate in Photoshop, because, like, that's their drawing program.
Yep. Though, also now, if you do prefer to draw in Photoshop for any reason, because you're like, all of my brushes are here, it's really easy to import those brushes to Clip Studio at this point.
Yeah.
They made that real brain dead easy, so... Yeah. Which is nice for, like, the people who are like, I want to get away from Adobe so bad.
Mm-hmm.
And all day I could just
drawing
draw
in
funny little faces.
Was so ass for the longest time.
Yep. The first program I really learned to use to draw in, like digitally, was Psy. I like got it somewhere on DeviantArt. Like somebody had just been like, yeah, Paint Tool Psy, here we go. You know, here's my DA journal that gives you a link to download Paint Tool Psy. And that's what I went and got, basically. And so I haven't drawn in it for a while, but I still like Paint Tool Psy. Like a lot. And there's some stuff in Paint Tool Psy that's just like, it's not in Clip Studio. I just have a lot of brushes and other things in Clip Studio that I come to like a lot.
Yeah.
But genuinely, all of my professional cleanup work that I did, that I got paid to do, that are in finished video games you can play, I did it in Paint Tool Psy. I genuinely did all of that line work in Paint Tool Psy.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I was using Paint Tool Psy for years until I made the swap to Clip Studio. And again, my swap from Paint Tool Psy to Clip Studio is a two-part of, one, I moved computers and I didn't have my friend's copy of Paint Tool Psy account anymore. So it was on that computer and nothing else.
Right, yeah. So it's like, well, guess I know what I'm doing.
And, you know, the only bad thing that I ran into with Paint Tool Psy was that the file sizes
Oh yeah,
or
yeah.
limiting
That
me.
has since changed, but like not everybody has made.
Yes,
the
I know
leap
it's a
to,
new one.
Yes.
It's a lot better, but
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more modernized. And it is still
Mhm.
one guy who makes it. Just
Yeah.
that one guy in Japan making paint tool Sai for the world. So I was, especially after using it for free for so many years, happy to pay the one-time licensing fee. Just to be like,
Yeah.
I will just own this officially. I would love to give you some money. Thank you. So then we bought like a Sai 2, like, because it works for both. You just buy like one license, basically. We paid like $50 or whatever, and so it's like, yeah, you could have first Sai. You could also have Sai 2 and like all of the updates that come for free that you just go and download whenever you want off his website, basically. And now I just have it forever. So
Yeah.
definitely, if you're feeling up to it, always recommend supporting a guy who's tirelessly working away by himself.
I'm trying to find.
Uh-huh.
No, it's probably in here. Where is it?
I'd like to. You know what? Maybe I'll keep the head shape. Keep the head shape, and I'll just work with this. Sometimes you just gotta warm up.
Not that. That. Or that. Oh, there it is. Okay, found it. Kind of. So, is it here at all? No. So, for example, the thing we were talking about with Sai being too small.
Yeah.
Is that when I originally did these.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
It's a pretty big, like.
Yeah, it's like long. Sizable image.
It's a big image.
Yeah.
And Sai could not handle that. So I had to draw the characters all basically like separate and then put them together in
I see.
a Photoshop kind of thing.
Yeah.
So like that was an annoying part of using Sai. And then when I did the remake, the redraw of this, I could just do it all
together in one thing.
All together in Clip Studio.
It's the ancient version that still says Wind Clan.
I know. But yeah.
Dude, the magic of improving technology and getting to make large images.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember that was a problem PCS was running into. Because they were having a hard time transitioning to Sai 2 because it's like some things are a little different. You know what I mean? Like, it really depends. on like what you were using. But even then, it's still like, oh, you know, it's side 2 and here's the marker tool again. And for the most part, it's the same tool. But if you're using it like every fucking day forever, you're gonna like notice that you're like, okay, something's different here. You know what I mean? And there's a lot that it was like, okay, well, it is still largely pretty much the exact same program, but modernized with some new tools, including a text tool. Whoa.
Whoa.
It was something where it was like, it was so hard for a bit to actually finally make the leap without just going back. But the thing that got in the way the most was that, like, it just did not have large memory, and so the pictures could not, it was just the file size was, like, the thing that was truly, like, you have to move to the new one, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I will say the text tool being here in Clip Studio is also
Oh,
nice.
yeah, that's a pretty big point in its favor. They approach Sleepy Time Junction. P.S. Sora's looking cute. Nigu, good night. Okay, good night, Kopi. Thank you.
Yay!
Also, Graven didn't show up. I know he ended his stream, but he didn't show up here.
Oh, did he end stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
You rated Flame. Oh, fine. Flame can have this one, I guess. Whatever. What the fuck ever. Then went to relax. Oh, well, yeah, I would imagine.
I see how it is.
Any better argument, you gotta just do your best to be convincing. That is true. Raven really ran out of steam. He flew too close to the Silk Song sun. Not too surprised.
Getting dream eatered.
Yep. Thank you both for inspiring me to start a sketch to celebrate Soriku Week finally. Hooray! Look, it doesn't have to be like a prompt. It doesn't have to be anything. You can just be like, I'm gonna draw them looking cute together and then post that. And that's all this is about. You know what I mean? It's just about like being like, yippee, Soriku! With everybody else. So,
yeah,
you know, it's a 2 cakes, but it's like 400 cakes. You know what I mean? It's a, everybody is here for the function.
400 cakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still trucking. He said he said something about grinding, and I was like, okay, I need a break now. He's fighting the brood mother. I see. Currently trying to sketch out stickers because I want to make Sora and Riku's to have as handouts with cosplay. Thinking them doing their little Melmum jumps from the finisher notes. Yeah, their little whee. Yeah, that would be really cute.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll look cute.
Just with like the colors.
Yeah.
I had soup for dinner, and I'm hungry again because I had liquid.
Can be like that. What
It's
kind
very
of
much
soup?
like, it wasn't even like stew. It was like, it was kind of just like some dumplings in like a dashi kind of broth, yeah, with like carrots and cabbage and everything. Canary made it. It was good, you know. And there's still some up there, but I'm also like, I have a burrito.
See, and that's when you need bread.
Yeah. And that's after that. I was like, I'm having tea and cookies, liquid diet, and then some sugar, I guess.
Yeah.
Very slowly chipping away at writing an AU that's been on my mind for a few weeks. Didn't get it done in time for Soriku week, but I'm having fun, so hell yeah. Hey, again, it doesn't really, the timing doesn't matter that much. I try the aftermath of Sora tripping over and landing on top of Riku and spilling synthesis materials everywhere in the world that never was, because why not? You know, you have one of those moments where, like, you trip and then it's just, like, hand boobs, you know, and they have to... I always think of that, like, that video, or it was a GIF that went around or whatever, but it was like this happening in like women's volleyball, but just actual, where it was like this girl like kind of fell at the other girl and then they landed and she was just like hands right on her boobs. They just started laughing. And you're like, it's real.
It can happen in real life.
Wow. Hi, baby. You want to come say hi to everyone? Huh?
Baby!
Here. Oh. Here. You're trash digger. Digging in the trash. We're starting in. Acquired.
Oh, hell yeah. Look at him.
He's my beast. Where are you fucking going, huh? Where do you have to be? Where do you have to be? What if I held you here? He's just purring still, but...
Has he got shit to do?
He's got some kind of cat business to attend to, I guess, which I think is digging in the plastic bag of trash. That's like the overflow from shipping stuff. So it's just a bunch of little like strips of paper from like, you know, peeling the adhesive and sealing packages. Yeah. He's really got some stuff
That's
to
some
handle.
pretty important cat business right there.
Oh, the trope. It's called fun bag airbag. That makes sense. Hate that. I mean, it works.
I love Sora's knobbly little arms.
Yeah.
They're so fun to draw, to finish that sentence.
Yes, they are so fun to draw. Must be easy. Draw. Oh, Cucks. I miss you.
Oh, Cucks. We still talk about you.
I know, we still talk about you. Have you ever drawn Baby Cat to Neil? You have, in fact, drawn Baby Cat.
I have.
You
I don't think I have him on.
I have him.
I don't have him
Obviously,
on this
you sent it to
computer.
me. I do have the...
Yeah. I don't have him on this computer because I drew it in Procreate on the iPad.
Boom.
So.
Gimme!
That
there
Sora
he
is
is!
cute, please
There he
respond.
is! This is the baby cat that Tennille drew and sent to me as a little surprise.
Uh-huh.
So, of course, it is kept safe, and I know exactly where it is on my computer. I also have, so sweetly, for Christmas the year before? No, last year? It must have been. Was it last year's Christmas that you sent me this beautiful, wonderful little felt baby cat?
Yeah.
Because I
mean,
forget. It feels like I'm like, well, we've been friends for so long, and I'm like, it has technically in real world time not been as long as it feels like. So I'm trying to think that I'm like,
either 1 year or 2 years ago.
Yeah, one of those.
two.
But yeah, we have a baby cat little felt ornament. I have a picture of baby cat sniffing and rubbing against it. So a treasure. It's wonderful. This was such a wonderful little surprise. I teared up when I opened my package and I pulled him out and I was like. So he sits right over here where I can see him. Now he's face first in the heater, so I'm never gonna see him again.
Oh man. Peridot is also a heater goblin.
Who wouldn't be, you know? If you have a little heater that's
yeah,
like
if I was a little cat,
yeah.
Bam. That would be the shit.
Need sleep. Have a wonderful night. Good night, Airy Paws. I want my burrito so bad. I'm gonna go get that.
Go get it.
I have it. It's sitting there, and I'm gonna warm it up really quick. So I'll be right back. Entertain the people.
Yep.
Look at this. I have this like series of pictures of like Sora and Riku giving something a questioning kind of stank eye look together.
I love that.
And I haven't drawn one in a while, so I'm like, you know what?
It's time.
It's time.
They're judging.
Yeah, they are. Look, when you're with your best friend, there's never not a time that will crop up, you know, where you're both kind of like, and you're like giving, you know, you can communicate without words, where you're like
with the eyes,
you know, and I just want that for them so bad. It's something where it's like they don't even have to say words, but they're both like, you know.
Yeah, I want an adventure. I want a game with them together for the majority of it so bad, just for little moments like this.
Just for little things like that. Yeah, with the both of them going, you, when they like lean forward and it's really cute. I want more of that shit. I want more of a this person you have known for your entire waking life. You know what I mean? Every day in and day out with this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Me too, sickos in arms.
Yes.
Okay, I gotta go get my burrito. I'll leave you with this.
Yeah, do it. happening in KH4 Trust. I mean, it's the game I've been wishing for since I started playing the series. I'm like, I want a game where Sora and Riku are together. And like, I remember when promotional stuff for Dream Drop Distance was coming out, and I'm like, oh, is it finally happening? And then it was like yanked away from me, and I'm like, that's fine. I'll be all right. I just want the worlds to like set them up. Yeah, that would be cute. And they can't escape. Yeah. They see a couple get together and then they share a little like. Lion King 2 Soriku, please. Uh-huh. And then I remember when Final Fantasy 15 came out and playing through that game and the way that like the boy band just like constantly talks together, my immediate thought was like, this would be so awesome if they did this with Sora and Riku. This is what I want, but with the boys. Like how entangled you have Eugene and Rapunzel pushed together in the dance. Yeah. You got the wrong idea. Yeah. Same, Gabby. Dude, if Sora and Riku can give a, like, just like, oh, like a big old, like, desperate hug. It'd be great. It'd be great. And Sora would look like this tiny little thing next to Riku. It would just be like this little Sora. Mm-hmm. Guy talking to a girl once. I'm bad at this. Sorry. Yeah. Riku's like, whoa, I'm taken. Excuse me. I just need also, like, I want the satisfaction too, but I eat up moments where Riku is just down bad. Like, oh, I want him to be tortured with it. Tortured!
Torture him!
More! More! It'll make the payoff so good.
Burrito.
Burrito.
Mm-hmm. Everybody listening to my rustling. Burrito. From Taco Time. To the pair with him. That was a bite of some hot sour cream. Anyway, DDD novel describing Riku taking an instinctive step back when Shiki flirted with him. It's because he's gay. That's something where it's like, it's gonna be so funny when Graven gets there. Because it's a scene people have trouble fucking, like, explaining away. Where it's just so, like, a cute girl is being nice to him, and he, like, he can't even be, like, casually, like, normal. Like, not even, like, you know, I'm not saying, like, wow, and like, he's like, not flirting.
And
he's, like,
yeah. He's such a suave guy. Like,
otherwise,
90% of the time. Yeah.
Like, if anything, he's the guy who knows how to use words, and he is just immediately, like, zero interest, like, okay, you're safe, got it, bye, you know, and then she's like, excuse me, and he's just like, God, you've got the wrong idea, and, like, Graven's gonna see this shit, and he's gonna be like, oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ, like, that combined with the, like, Esmeralda.
That's gotta be a moment where they're all in the booth, just like, is this guy serious?
Yeah.
Like, Graven may not remember it, but, you know, if I had to make it something.
Yeah. If there was a moment to go, like, this is kind of gay.
Yeah.
That one, and, you know, obviously the Esmeralda, like, really, like, unsubtle closet illusion scene.
Love that. I love it so much.
Like, it's just so funny. Like, oh, knight in shining armor, and him just, like, flat out being like, no. You know, he's like, you have got the wrong fucking idea.
Sorry, I'm bad at this.
Yeah. I love in the novel, too, where he's just, like, immediately, like, thrown off of, like, whatever rhythm he had, and he's just like, I can't deal with this. I don't want to deal with her. I know. I would love if he remembers at all. If not, he's gonna have an opinion about it, like, regardless, but...
Yeah. It was funny yesterday, you telling him, I was like, you're in Dream Drop distance a lot. You're also in Recoded a lot.
A lot, yeah. Just the, like, dream drop distance of all the games to ask, am I in this one a lot? Yeah. You're the protagonist of that game, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy.
People explain it as Riku being embarrassed, and I'm like, do you have eyes? Yeah.
Well, have you seen Riku? Does Riku act embarrassed?
Yeah. If anything, he's overwhelmed isn't the word, but, like, he's definitely, like, Shiki's really running circles around him, basically. And he's just like, stop, you know?
Yeah.
He's gonna watch the Shiki cutscene and then show up to the next Gage stream wearing a pride flag cape. Same with the taking the fucking time to have Sora say, I gotta tell Riku what a blast this place is. They didn't have to put that scene in. Like, it's not even like a throwaway comment. Like, he pulls out his phone and they have him fucking chicken pecking at the keys. And they're like, well, what are you doing now? And he's like, I have to tell Riku what a blast this place is. It's like, we just got here. it's that, and, like, the other one where I'm like, it was the most, like, you went out of your way to put this in the scene to have us see, is when Aqua has been brought back and they have their group hug. And they could have just, like, ended it at being like, yeah, and kind of, like, pulling out, and they're having a laugh or whatever. But they, like, pull out for so long just so we can see Riku put his hand on Sora's shoulder, and then Sora, like, turn to look at him, and then, like, pull him in by wrapping his arm around him a bit, you know? And it was just, like, that's all that we ended up seeing in that pull-away. Like, they took the time to show us that for what?
Mm-hmm.
It's a yank. Uh-huh. He snakes his little arm in there and pulls him in. I'm not doing anything but eating my burrito right now.
Hell yeah. Get that burrito.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna watch Recoded and be like, wow, this is gay. Yeah. If we don't get him to play Recoded. The only thing is, like, some parts of the movie are like, wow, this animated scene that we do not see voiced and acted in the games, so we'll have to, like, see those to some extent, but maybe we'll just, like, we'll have him play through the game. Go ahead.
Wait, we're playing Kingdom Hearts 1 again, but they took out Kairi?
Yep. Like, maybe it'll be, we have him play it, and then we'll watch the movies. So he'll get the completion, and he can see, like, what they added, what they took away, or whatever, because that's, like, one stream. You know what I mean? That's just, like, okay. Especially when we've gone back and we've done everything in, like, Kingdom Hearts 1.
Like a 3.5-hour movie or something.
Yeah, that's super easy to knock out. And it's something where it's like, sure, you can see this, but it'll, like, kind of establish that, like, storyline and everything. And you've seen, like, all of what this game basically has to offer at that point.
Yeah. No, I think that would be good. And, like, honestly, I would like him to watch the 358 movie regardless of if he gets to play the game or not. I mean, obviously, if he can't play the game, he's going to watch the movie. But, like,
well,
just because I think he's going to appreciate Jesse McCartney's voice acting.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. I want him to see that stuff. It's something where I'm like, if we can get to the game play part of that, which we have time to figure out. Because dude's got the money. He can get a 3DS modded and have, and I'm, you know, he's got copies of the game. It's also like 358 is just so much better as a game, but there are things where it's like, it's true. Jesse McCartney's performance is fucking stellar. It's so good. That's why I think it would be good to be amazing. Like, as a completionist thing, you can, like, play through the game, do all this stuff, and then we can watch the movies for, like, a comparison. And it'll also, like, kind of hammer in some of the plot points and everything. But as far as, like, 358 is concerned, seeing the actual game and the gameplay will endear you to the everything of it much more than just watching the movie. Because if he's... I'm starting to pick up on it, and there are a lot of things where I'm like, if I'm losing patience with this thing, I don't think he's going to be better off. He might be nicer about it, but, like, I think there are similar things I'm noticing where I'm like, I don't think he's going to be crazy about this, and then he isn't. And I keep being right, so I have a feeling that if he just raw dogged into 358, there will be things he likes, and then it will get to a point where it's like, it's really dragging ass because there's not a whole lot of context, you're just reading some text and then some scenes are happening, you know? But, like, I think, you know, having him actually play the game, if, you know, we finagle it and get it going, will treat it a lot better. It'll, like, give the game and the story the time it needs to breathe. I think he absorbs it better if he's actually, like, doing it anyway, you know?
Yeah.
And then like, we can appreciate the cutscenes
for
afterwards.
me, personally, 358 is my least favorite game to, like, go back to. Because, like, there's a lot of things, like, initially I'll have fun, but it's just like once you get to like the middle where, you know, like it's understandably a slog and it's kind of designed to be that way.
Right.
But I'm just like, yeah, no.
It's so funny because like
Grandpa.
I feel like I played the game at like the optimally like intended experience because like I was playing it and I would do like a day and night. I would go to bed, I would be lying in bed, I would play through an entire day's missions, maybe 2 if I was feeling crazy, you know, and then I would be like, okay, done. And then I would, you know, close my DS, go to sleep, and then the next day I would like, you know, clock in when I was going to bed or whatever. And I just played it really paced out in the way that like I honestly there was not a single time outside of like a mission well maybe the 2, and it's because it's the stupid emerald bullshit ones where you have to like they're going really fast all over the place and you have to like get them as they like I fucking hate those guys. Those are the only times where I was like, this is bad, guys. This one is not good and not fun to play. Everything else I was like, I'm having a good time. I enjoyed the panels a lot. And it's another one of those things where I'm like, I totally understand why people don't like it in the same way I understand why people don't like dealing with the cards in Chain of Memories. But when you're kind of just meeting it where it's at and engaging with the mechanic, I had a great time just like, okay, and if I put this here and I put that there and like really optimizing it. So, you know, I had a good time playing 358 in a way that like it really salvaged that fucking game for me. In a way that I was so like, I watched the movie and I actively really did not care for it. I didn't like some of the story decisions. I didn't like the whatever. I didn't fully understand everything that was going on just because it's a lot of like samey scenes because it's so often like, and they're at the tower and they're at the tower again and then they're at the tower again, you know, because it's like there's supposed to be gameplay in between.
Yeah.
And so it's truly like
the tower is supposed to be the reprieve.
And yeah, and in the movies it's the constant, and it sucks.
Yeah.
Leechgrave just kicked my ass as a kid. Yeah, that's fair. I don't remember if I said when I was playing through the game, my buddy Velo, who's the one I went through the series with, right, was talking about when he was like, oh, I remember when I was playing 358 and I got stuck and I didn't get to finish playing it myself. And I think I was fighting something. It was basically like a giant wall. It was like a really, really big thing that took up the whole screen, basically. And it was like a giant wall. And I was like, huh, that's really specific. And I think I'm on that mission right now, actually. Like, the description of, like, the mission and what he was saying. And I was like, I think that's the one I'm on. And so I pulled it out and he just sat there and watched me and I was like, yeah, this is, and he was like, that's the fucking guy. And then I beat him and then he was like, he got like that little bit of closure of like, and now he is dead, you know? But it just, of all the missions and just happening to see my friend Velo, he was just over, you know, and just being like, no, wait, that is the mission I'm on. And then I beat it, so.
Yeah.
The mission where Roxas learns about love. And then you fucking unlock Riku in mission mode. Eh. That boss took me a couple tries. I think I beat it in one try. But I don't remember having to retry too often. I did have to retry a couple times, like basically the final boss fight. Just from the different like phases. Where you have to fight all of the different, like, versions in, like, different areas, which was really cool. You don't really get to see in the movie. Also, I'll never forget when we were doing a cage quiz thing one time, and it was just like, who is the last person Roxas fights on the way out of the, you know, out of the castle, basically. And it is Syax, right? But, like, it's something where they don't show you that in the movie at all. And so I was sitting there being like, I don't fucking know. Like, because I hadn't played it yet. And I was just like, he does? Went? What? Huh?
Yeah,
what do you mean?
Pretty, like, yes, it is like a B plot, but like the whole situation with Syax is a pretty important part of that game. And yeah, the movie just doesn't hit on it at all.
Yep. Well, because too, in 2, Syax really talks about, like, yeah, Roxas was really fucking strong. You know what I mean? And then, like, just watching the movie, you're like, okay.
Is he?
In the game, he fucking
seems kinda
flattens him,
baby.
dude.
Yeah.
He puts him in the dirt on his way out. You know what I mean? I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. The movie leaving out the conversation about love. Yeah. That's the thing, is where I'm like, I know the better experience is to just go through the game. And I would really like to make that happen, because I'm so curious about, like, you know, some of Graven's thoughts on these things. And then he'll be excited, because then Riku is going to show up, but it's still like, okay, we're gonna do this, and then maybe we'll watch the movie afterwards, because then he'll know what the fuck is happening. I'm not gonna do to you what happened to me.
I am also excited in general just for Kingdom Hearts 2. And it's like, it's the game that's so hyped, but he's gonna be like barely in it.
I know. And that is going to be so funny.
Mm-hmm.
The way they skip Roxas and Shion fighting because of the illusion.
Like,
yeah.
He's not there till the very, very end. It's all just a big old giant tease.
He picks up on the character theme so quickly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Tadil, do you think that the North American Square Enix translation team, NASIT, I guess, and localization, will do the translation and localization right for KH4? I mean, I think what happened with 3 was a real particular circumstance, and I think that Remind showed clear enough that, like, it's probably gonna be fine. I not to say that there aren't qualms with how Kairi's lines got translated in Melody of Memory. Wait, hold on. It's Riku. He's here. It's the fucking Melody of Memory credits. So it's Riku's
lovely.
little... He's here. He flies in so gentle.
Oh.
Beautiful. Wonderful. But back to what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's something where, like, there are some things in, like, Melody of Memory I know people weren't happy about, like, Kairi's lack of, I guess, disappointment in herself and, like, just anger in some ways are a little more straightforward. Like, I think you can still gather these feelings, but it is nice to maybe have Kairi express anything that gives her character in the way of being like, if I hadn't fucked up, Sora would still be here. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And, like, this is your fault kind of a thing. And that being a little tweaked, softened, perhaps. Turning your frustration outwards rather than inwards is frustrating. Yeah, and I agree in that way that I'm like, okay, like, we get the story beats and everything just fine, but it does sacrifice a bit of her character. And I don't know if that's just people on this side being like, well, we have to make her appealing. She can't hate herself, you know? And I'm like, that's what makes her, like, a person. Yeah. And I would rather. Like, that's something that's, like, making things worse, unfortunately, for her. But, I think otherwise, you know, things are taking their time. And if they're anywhere...
I think after what happened with KH3 in particular, not like it was like a total, you know, disaster or anything. Like, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but just like, I think
like, it was bad, but it wasn't like something that was...
is going to be taken.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially with the next big numbered title. And
hey, you know, if they kiss on the mouth on screen, kind of hard to translate around that one.
Yeah. Kind of hard to misinterpret.
Yeah. Comrade. Do a burrito? Yum.
Burrito pretty fucking good. Hitting the spot.
Oh yeah. Just a greeting between comrades. Yeah. It's a Russian taunt or whatever. Unless they'd be like, I do that to my homies. It's a Russian taunt. Yeah. Same brain cell. We've all seen the Russian taunt. Yeah, yeah. Metal Gear Solid Russian taunt. We've all seen the self-flagellation. It's an old pastime.
Nostalgic.
Just like how Mama used to do, you know?
Yeah.
It's so funny finally getting context for that. People are crazy for not thinking that's gay as fuck. I know. People will do the amount of, you know, gymnastics people will do. The flips, the back flips, the running jumps, the, you know, they'll do fucking anything. They'll like twister their whole fucking body into a little pretzel just to pretend. They're so talented. I know. Isn't that crazy?
Gold medalists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mental gymnastics comic, basically. Do one little tumble. They are gay.
Strike a pose.
Yep. My Riku plush kind of looks like Jirachi back. Well, I can see that a little bit. Because it's the yellow and like the yellow. His white ass head looking like a little face. I get it. Majestic wings, let's fucking go. I wish he was Jirachi. Well, if you had a Jirachi, you can make that wish, huh? By the way, Jirachi is a nominate Pokemon. Also trash. Okay. I see it, but elaborate? No. If you can see it, I've done my job. That's it. That's all I needed. Jirachi is a shooting star Pokemon. Jirachi is the wish Pokemon. Jirachi is also, like, technically Jirachi only wakes up, what, once every, like, 1,000 years or something for, like, making a wish. But there's also, like, the star imagery and the truly wanting the only wish is to, like, exist and have a life and, like, people who care about you. Naminé very much has a wish in her heart. And there's something that's also, like, lonely about, like, only waking up every, like, thousands of years type thing to grant a wish and then go back to sleep. As well as the themes of sleep in general. The wishing girl. Uh-huh. Wait, I just maybe made a connection between Naminé and wish fulfillment. You catching up? You got it? I mean, in a sense, like, she's doing her own wish fulfillment as much as she feels guilty about it. Like, it's all she really wants because she is lonely. Hi, Shannon. Taking a break from karaoke. Okay. To say hi. Hi! Hello! I hope karaoke's fun.
What is your day looking like tomorrow, by the way? Yeah, Bobby? Yeah?
My day's looking...
She says, I'm gonna lay here.
Oh! I think we're here. My day tomorrow is, unobstructed.
Cool.
So... That's all I got. I don't think there's anything I can think of that's like...
the same.
Like, I'll wake up and then I'll just be available, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Because I'm thinking if we could probably do, like, a longer stream.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I'll necessarily be, you know, like, I'm finishing it. But, you know, I could get fairly close.
Yes. Well, tomorrow is, like, the last day of Soriku week. So we could really just kind of, you know, go out with a bang.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me. What are they reacting to? I don't know. They're just seeing some shit, you know?
The cats?
No. The my drawings.
Oh. Yes, that makes more sense. I'm like, what?
Stop.
Night, Ixel Pixel.
keep hitting the wrong one. I told you the Divinity trailer, yeah. All right, let me, hold on. I have to find my ones of them having a stink face. Let's see. One of them is really old. A very early on thing I drew. And I remember it was my icon for a bit. Yeah. I remember scribbling this out.
Uh-huh.
And so I had the Sora as like my icon for a while, just like it's just this basically was my icon. And then later I drew another one. That I still think is really cute and fun. And then I had the Sora as my icon for I had this for a while, so this picture is oh yeah, my icon was called Get a Load of This Guy.
Get a load of this guy.
See, it's right there. Randomly going back to the mental gymnastics thing, I have to say I saw someone say Aqua was Riku's special someone because he was in the realm of darkness looking for her when he was talking about it. I felt like I was lobotomized after seeing that. I remember when just discussing the point of like, oh, yeah, the, like, when Sora arrives to save them, you know, to save Riku, and it's playing his theme, and then they summon the Gay Blade, and it starts playing Dearly Beloved while they have the Gay Blade out. And I remember seeing this guy's tweets talking about how Dearly Beloved represented Aqua, because that was who they were there to save, and so that it wasn't, they were like, no, it's not something to do with them, it has to do with Aqua, because they're saving Aqua. And it's like, I mean, I don't think they were saving her in that exact moment. Yeah.
There for Kairi.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody's got to get in here.
Yep.
Sometimes with shipping gay couples, it really can feel like the meme image of like, I consent. Well, did you forget ask
did you forget
someone?
somebody? Yeah. The psychic damage I'm taking right now. Thanks for the stream. Oh, okay. Good night, Undiscoveries. People used to be really vehement that Riku loved Kairi because he yells her name when he dies in KH2 or something. He does say that for one of his death lines. Like, he does say Kairi's name, which, I mean, because she's there. It's one of the lines he says, I guess, you know, where it's like, I don't remember.
See, I don't think I've ever heard it.
Yeah, I have
in all my years playing.
Because like somebody brought it up, and it's like also really hard to get him to die. So it is. I never understood why that's why. Yeah, I don't know, because the rest of it, like, it doesn't really, like, other than the fact that like she is like with them at the time, I guess. Otherwise, it's like, sure, It's literally the only thing he'll say if he dies. Is it the only thing? Because he doesn't die very easily. I think.
Who
See,
knows?
I don't
Maybe
remember
my Riku never
because
died.
it like, yeah, well, because it's also like it's hard to get him to die. To be frank.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I've ever heard him
He's
say.
got
See, my Riku
so
would
many
not die. Yeah. I remember just seeing videos about it because people were bringing it up and they were like, oh my god, this sinks everything. And I'm like, I mean, it doesn't really, the games haven't done anything. It's also like, this is nothing. That's his friend. It's fine. You know what I mean? It's so like, I don't know. And I also am like not 100% sure. I'm like, is that true in both scripts? I don't know. I've never really had to look into it because clearly that's not really been anything to, it doesn't, I don't know. It's just so like, okay.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't really change anything, so
yeah. Well, somebody has to worry about her, yeah. I mean, he was literally just there, like, kind of protecting her as well. So, I don't know. But it is funny, yeah. Men can't have female friends, obviously. According to Persona, not allowed.
Well, also, does Sora ever say, like, have a death crawl that's like, oh, Kairi, you know?
I don't fucking think so I've never heard. It's just one of those things where it's just like weird and you're like, I guess so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sora just But it's really something where it's like, I mean, it doesn't really, it doesn't, nothing comes of it. It's just something, and it's like, it is true. It could have just been one of the other writers and it was like, sure, whatever, you know. But it's not even like, I don't even feel like...
it could have just been another, like, line they had laying around, and they're like, oh, we needed something for when Riku dies. Here.
I mean, yeah, it could be a million things. And it's even if they were like, wow, like, we really want him to care so much about Kairi when he dies. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Okay. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's really weird, but the game came out in 2005 and nothing happened. KH3 Riku moaning Sora's name twice, whatever the fuck he's doing. Riku said Kairi, when he dies, where's the clip? Out there somewhere. I don't know. I don't even want this to seem like as if I'm like, well, it doesn't actually matter, guys. He doesn't matter. It's something where it's just like, I mean, the game's, it's all right here. It's kind of laid out for you. Like, nothing has come of it, and it's been almost 20 years. I don't think it's implying what one would think it is implying. You know what I mean? It's something where it's like, I don't know, yeah. She is also there, and he died, and he dies, he comes right back, you know, and it's fine before he, like, passes out. But, like, it's clearly, like, I don't think you have to be worried about anything, you guys.
Yeah. Because, hey, guess what? They've had like 20 years. They could have followed up on that.
In any capacity, obviously. And there's not anything. So I'm just like, I don't, like, I think people are just, you know, they're just scared. Or some people are vindictive. So they really want this to, like, really mean something. And I'm like, okay, well, when is it gonna kick in then? How long do we have to wait for that to happen? Where is it? You know? It's nothing. So it's just like, okay, he says Kairi's name when he dies. I mean, he still cares a lot about her. That's not ever really not true. Even if, like, they're not maybe, like, so personally close. Like, they have been childhood friends for, you know, their childhood. Maybe not as long as Sora and Riku have, but, like, they still have. And, like, she is there, and this is not even the first instance of him, like, protecting her within the one game. It's not even just the second time. You know what I mean? It's like, he's really worried about the both of them, that's for sure. Maybe one a little more than the other, but, like...
And, like, okay, if we really want to get into it.
Okay, all right.
Riku's gonna be really overprotective of Kairi by the end of KH2 for similar reasons that he was the one who really tried to save her during Kingdom Hearts 1, and that's due to his guilt.
Yeah.
And Riku is still in peak, I've fucked all this up, and I have to do I have to make any self-sacrificing move I can make to make this right for Sora and Kairi.
Yes. Which also hasn't changed. Still.
Yeah. He's like, I gotta save my best friend's girl or I'll go to hell.
Yeah. Basically.
If I don't put my gay ass on the line for the straight couple.
Yeah.
My ass is grass.
Yep. I love it too, because it's like, that is immediately followed by the entire beach scene. You know what I mean? It's so like,
right.
Guys, it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah.
This also reminds me of like there's a part in the Chain of Memories novel where it's like in Replica's perspective, where he's getting like basically like inoculated with like Riku's memories and stuff. And he is like remembering, you know, he's getting the memories inserted about like him and like Kairi and like, yes, Gabby. Why did you do a Dr. Evil face just now? What did I do? Well, what was it I did? I don't remember. Anyway, let me continue while you reply to that. But there is you had a finger on your lip like he would, like,
really?
You know. Anyway. I'm fucking like this specifically, you know. Evil Soriku thoughts. So anyway, there's a bit where like Replica is getting Riku's memories and he is like remembering about like, oh, Kairi, and like he was like, oh, that's right. He was like, yeah, I would have done like anything to like save Kairi. Like she was the most important thing to me, kind of a whatever. Like I forget exactly the phrasing.
Yeah, he gets like really possessive.
Yeah, where he's just like, oh yeah, that's right. I would have done anything. I would have been like all this stuff. And I remember people being like, ooh, I don't like this. And then like the thing is, within the same book, when Riku himself is like reflecting on the same memories, it's like he completely contradicts it, like even in the book. And it's really interesting, I guess, where it's something where it's just so this is something where you're like, cool. If you're a true copy of me, you know I'm gay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it is something where it's like, I mean, he really wanted to save Kairi for a mix of reasons, you know, including Word of God Nomura being like, I mean, it wasn't really about feelings for her as much as like he felt really fucking guilty. And I think that's just still true, where it's like, I am both guilty and I am so mad at Sora. And this makes me feel better because I'm doing like the right thing. I'm saving Kairi. I'm the one who still cares, you know what I mean? Because I'm so mad at you. And I want you to feel bad. I'm going to be honest though, I love the early games to demonstrate how long this shit has been baked into the series, but I think the true pivot to Soriku happened after KH2. I mean, yeah, I think there's something where, like, because given that KH2 is so successful, there is an interview where Nomura is like, I have an idea of where the series is going to go, right? And that, like, truly, if, like, KH2 like succeeds, then we will know where we get to go. Like this, it really depends on if KH2 is successful, and then we'll get to like basically start that path. Is kind of what is being said, and And I think in that sense, then that like that is true, where I think it was something that was like, will we ever get to do this? I don't know. But the character like motivation and the character just like journeys and everything have been pretty much consistent from like the very beginning. And I think after KH2 at that point is like, we are now actively planning for this inevitability. Because now it's like, oh, we got our foot in the door. We are established. We are a global franchise, and like we are getting more games. So then follow that with Nomura's interview being about like, okay, I need to work on KH3, but I can't do that yet.
I have to wait for things first.
Basically, I have to buy time. He was like, I can't do that because of reasons. Basically. And like that's all he gives. So he's like, so in the meantime, I gotta like, I would rather be making these games and keep it in people's minds while we're moving forward and everything until I can make KH3. And so in that sense, I feel like the true pivot to Soriku was we know we get to make more games now. And KH2 was that point of being like, okay, we fucking nailed it. It was always
we did it. People like it.
Yeah. It was always like the groundwork was always in there. And then now they get to like follow through with it. At least, that was the path that they're like carving out for themselves,
Right.
I think Chain of Memories, to area of writing, because I think they wanted to explore Riku's motivation and stuff and went, wait a minute, we made this gay. Goes into gay overdrive, but that's just what I think. I think it's as early as Kingdom Hearts 1. I mean, even the fact that, like, Graven is talking about, like, I was recording the lines and went, wow, this is really gay, is, like, indicative enough of, like, I think just, like, regardless of if you thought this was gonna go anywhere, and, like, having that in the back of your mind, like, as a writer, being like, well, yeah, he's really hung up on his best friend over a bunch of this stuff because, maybe he has feelings for him, but, like, we're not gonna make that necessarily textual, but, like, we're going to write him for, like, that is the truth to his character, and, like, maybe we'll see if we get to follow this up someday, you know what I mean? But, like, that's still very much, like, people writing within limitations over queer characters, obviously. Like, I can see it, because, like, knowing that, like, from the beginning, like, Nomura was like, yeah, I'm gonna have it so, like, basically, like, the hero and the heroine, Kairi, in this case, like, from the beginning, he was like, I'm gonna have them separate at the end. Like, I don't want it to be, like, and then happily ever after, or whatever, like, that was something that he decided on very early on. Which gives you plenty of space to be like, okay, well, they're not getting together, so we're exploring the complexities in there and, like, what's up with this, like, other character,
Because if they never got a chance to make a game past Kingdom Hearts 1,
yeah,
you still have the very conscious writing choice of Sora choosing not to go home with Kairi and instead choosing to go look for Riku. Which, like... Yes, they got to make more games after that, but, like, had the series ended there, that's enough by itself to be like, okay, there's intentionality behind that.
Yeah, you're still, like, true to whatever your intention was in, like, the characters, without being like, okay, and I guess we just have to wrap it up, and sure, maybe I thought Riku was gay, but then they're just gonna be the straight couple over here, because who knows? It's something where it's just like, you left the door open just fine, you stayed true to the characters you've established, and then you continued to do that, like, immediately afterwards. Nomura somewhere down the line writing Riku's motivations, it clicked, is more what I mean. I think it was when he was going into Chain of Memories writing, but I think it's believable to think he figured it out during KH1. I just don't think he sat down and went, okay, what if I made a gay dude in seemingly unrequited love? Like, man, had Quadratum in his pocket since KH1, so what do I know? Well, that's the thing, too, where it's just like, I don't know why, when writing your character with the motivations that he has, that are very... I feel like if you're looking at all with your eyeballs when you're going through Kingdom Hearts 1 and you go, Yeah, he really doesn't actually give that much of a shit about, like he's not upset with things to do with Kyrie, and that's really easy to pick up on in KH1 if you're not looking through, like, assumptive heteronormative goggles, you know what I mean? And so that's something where it's like, you can easily, like, you know, look, gay people have always existed, right? And, like, this man was he was in his 30s in the fucking 2000s, okay? And he's into fashion. Like, the man knows gay people. Like, there's no, so it's like, if it's not like, it's like, you know what, later going like, what if he was gay? You know, it's something where you'd be like, I'm writing from things I know people, and, like, this character who feels left behind or even dejected by his best friend due to these complicated feelings he can't figure out, you know, cool. Like, I feel like that's true from the start, but then knowing that, like, I don't think it's like a lack of, like, because he's gay and he has feelings for his best friend suddenly kind of clicked later, as much as just like that was kind of from the start, but it's not like they were gonna get any kind of, it's just like, it was just baked into the DNA of, like, why he is upset and, like, what is happening, whether we got to see that culminate or not.
Well, and it being the time that it was, you also got to remember, because Aldersnap's saying a conversation with Disney, that probably didn't happen. It was probably like, I'm gonna write this character, and this kind of, like, queer context has been in media for a really long time.
Yeah.
And even in Disney movies. And I think that Nomura is probably like, yeah, nobody's gonna care if I write this way. Because this kind of these kinds of characters who read as queer come up all the time. Like, no one's Why would you ask for permission when you could just do it?
Yeah, basically. I also have to remember multiple writers were contributing to the project, and who knows how much he had to conceal this. Yeah, it's something where, like, I feel like it was, like, I think that it is 100, like, I'm not saying, like, I don't know him personally. Obviously, none of us do. And it's all of this where it's like, we can only kind of assume, but it's something where I'm like, as a creative, sometimes these things fall into your lap, and sometimes you just have been making a conscious decision since the start of the thing you were making. And one of those being like, I think this character has feelings for the main character, regardless of if he's figured that out yet or not, you know, is true to his character motivations, you know, and then now I get to make a series out of it, so I want to finally explore that now that we have the room to. Is completely 100% in the realm of possibility. You know what I mean? It's something where it's like, I can see the consistency in a way and all of the messiness with it, and not necessarily messiness as an explanation for, say, pivoting or changing your mind. I'm like, no, this all makes sense, and it continues to make sense within the context of, like, I'm 15 years old and I have feelings for my friend, but I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. And Sora's just like, I guess I like my friend who, like, he does care about, you know, and he's like, yeah, this is good, and he's like, I don't know if this is good. Later as it goes on. Kind of just didn't show up after KH2.
I also want to bring up too, like, characters can be, because we're talking about fictional characters, we're not talking about real people, we're talking about fictional characters.
Yeah.
Characters can be canonically straight and also queer. Yeah. And when I say that, I mean, think of something like The Little Mermaid, where, you know, you have Howard Ashman as the lyricist behind that, and he was a gay man. You're not going to go back and find any footage from Disney where Ashman is like, this is a queer story I'm telling for the queers.
Yeah, that was also written by a queer man in the first place.
But you still feel the influence of just his own life experiences in his songwriting. And when you see behind the scenes footage of him talking to the singers and stuff about what kind of emotions he wants put into the movie. Like, it's coming from a real place, and it's coming from, like, his own experiences, and you can feel that in the movie. And so, like, Ariel herself can be queer, even though in the movie she is straight. Like, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like a queer icon, you know? And same can be said for the way that Riku is written, is that before they knew how far they were going to be able to go with things, they could write something that can pass as straight. But it can still come
committing
from a
to
very
it.
Queer place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true, where it can just be like, wow, well, I mean, that's queer coding for you, right? Where it's like intentionally like, this is my queer experience put on this character in some way, shape, or form, even if it is just like a totally heteronormative magical mermaid girl who's been transformed into a human. Super normal, you know, and you're like, oh yeah, this is straight, but it is queer, you know what I mean? But like, there's also like you can queer code this character in all of their experiences and actions and motivations without committing to it being straight, but in this way that it is still like passable. It's really just like, I'm just buying time. Like, I do think about like Bridget in Guilty Gear and how like she also came out in like the early 2000s, and this is a character, even trope, that I would say wouldn't be so uncommon to run across, where it was like very much like femboy type, where it's just like, oh, looks perfectly like a cute girl, actually is a boy. And that was like, you would find that places, right? And it's like, maybe it's not the most like I wouldn't quite strictly call it a clumsy example, but it was something where you're like, okay, yeah, you could find this, that's fine. But like having them talk about it where like the guy was like, yeah, like I wanted to make a trans character, but like that was not happening at the time, and I didn't think anybody was like ready for it, so this is just kind of how Bridget manifested. And then later bringing her back, and then just literally being in-game explicitly her story is about being trans, and it just coming to the conclusion that she is trans, textually, and just being like, I wanted to write about this back then, but like it wasn't gonna happen. So I'm really happy that we finally got to like do that now. And it's like, people have been from the beginning, you know, and that's something too where people be like, no, that's not somebody being trans. This is just like a little horny whatever thing that like I would find in my hentai, you know what I mean? And you're like, well, yes, you are also gonna find this trope in your hentai. It's something that it's like, there are sometimes people just
can be attracted to trans people too.
And it's something too where like in character Bridget is like, because like her backstory too is like a village that she was born in was superstitious, and she's a twin, and it was like, if you have twins, usually like one of them, like bad things happen, right? And so they're like, oh, to kind of disguise that they are like twins in that way, they would dress one as like a girl, basically. And that's where Bridget comes in. And so Bridget's like, you guys are being superstitious, it's fine, I'm definitely a boy and it's okay, and I'm gonna save the village and do all of this stuff. And then like later, it's one of those things where it's like, when she finally came back, it was like, actually, like I might just actually be a girl. And so like, it's something where it's like, it was like couched in things that could like kind of explain it away, you know, where you're like, well, you know, she's like definitely totally a boy though, guys, don't worry, is yay, you know. And then later was like, no, she is trans. In text, she is trans. And it's fine. And it was just like the conventions of like basically getting a character like that into your game that's being published. And then just being like, never mind. Actually, she's trans though. And so it's something where it's just like, these have existed the whole time. people have existed the whole time, and the adults who were making the things that we consumed as children were also adults being exposed to other adults who were also queer and just gay and trans and, you know, in general.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to work within your limitations, and you can't write with the full depth of, like, intentionality that you really want. And so when that happens, you have to get creative.
And you have to start, you know, jumping through hoops and things. And then sometimes maybe you just created a character that you're like, this guy is definitely gay. And so maybe his little friend that he has feelings for, because we're just not going to commit to any romance, even within the first game when we don't know if we're going to get a second game. And then they get a second game, and then they get a third game, which is the second game. And then they go, you know what? No romance still.
Yeah.
Could have committed at any time. Could have committed at the end of one and just been like, I made a character who was like definitely kind of like queer coded to some extent. Like you could definitely read it if you can read it all, and then just, you know, safely not commit by just making it be like, okay, and whatever, these two like each other or something. And they didn't do it then. Like not committing to any of that kind of immediately tells me that they... Okay, no more wrote gay from the start. Actually, it's clicking. It's something where that tells me more about the intentionality of being like, okay, like, he's consistent from the start. They don't actually commit to anything. And it's because of those building blocks that they set, it, like, continues to be like, yep, that's... If you're paying attention, and this is what we think it is, it continues to make sense over and over and over again. It's better for a man and a woman to be apart. Obviously. The fucking Chainsaw Man tweet is so funny. The way it's been going, they've been implying some Paopu shit between Sora and Riku since the start. Intertwined Destinies, like, okay, like Sora and Riku. Neil, I got a question. Do JP have a better understanding of Soriku than the English audience? Is this true according to the JP audience understanding of it? I mean, neither of us speak Japanese, right? So that's something that's like, I
can't speak for...
Yeah. I see more Soriku than Sokai.
I have heard from multiple people who have told me that they speak Japanese. That they are sometimes surprised by the translations. And they're like, oh, well, this was a lot more about Sora and Riku, or this wasn't so much about Kairi. Like, I've heard that, and I've heard it multiple times. Enough that I'm like, I think there's some credence to it.
Yeah, I have, funnily, I saw somebody who I was following, and they were in, like, Taiwan, and so they were playing both in Japanese and then in English, and just kind of translating through it, and I don't remember which line it was, but they were like, why is Japanese so ambiguous so often? Because they're like, in English, this one line, they were like, it's just straightforward and it makes more sense. Which was, like, really funny to see someone who's like, my first language is neither of these languages, but, like, I had spoken to them more than once, you know, something where it's like, okay, we can, like, conversate a little bit, you know, having, like, aid to some extent, right? And being like, yeah, going through the Japanese version and then going through the English version. And, just this one, it just cracked me up, where it was just like, why, all the time, Japanese just has to be so ambiguous for no reason. And then the English is just like, it is this. So, like, I'm not saying that it's like, wow, and that means it's going to be perfectly even and mixed across the board as far as understanding is. And that's just how translation goes, you know? Somebody has to make a decision to be like, I'm pretty sure this is saying this, and English doesn't operate the same way that, Japanese does, in that, like, you can say something and it imply the whole sentence in, like, 2 words. You know, it's just kind of different, you know? But, I mean, I'm sure there's some level of, like, whatever, like, we have things in the script that aren't as we have things in the script that we know are not terribly accurate and do paint a different picture than the original script does, right? So like to some extent, yeah, we're gonna have people on this side understanding less than if they read and spoke Japanese as their native language and played the original script, but I don't think it's necessarily as bad as one might, because like we're in the throes, we're in the thick of it, you know what I mean? We're seeing every person with a dumb bad opinion spouted out into the, and that's not accounting for everybody who plays the games and what they think. So there's probably a kind of a mix, I guess, but like I've seen like, you know, JP artists who draw mostly Sokai. I've seen mixes of these things, so it's, I don't know. But like I would imagine like to some extent inherently they're going to have a more clear.
You're still going to have the exact same issue of people's biases making them blind to things. Like some people are like, oh, well, Japan's like super homophobic, but like it's America's super homophobic.
Yeah, it's true.
Like it's gonna depend person to person how much they're going to pick up on these things.
Yep. Also, Bubs, I'm sorry about your wet dog burrito. I did see your message about it. Costco burritos and the meat tastes like wet dog. I'm dying. I'm so sorry. KH1 Sokai still has people in its grips. And that's fine. You know?
I don't care what people ship.
Yeah, I don't.
You know?
People also just really liked Sokai growing up and can't let it go. And that's fine. You know, and it's fiction. It's meaningful to people in different ways for different reasons. It's their own life experience.
I just want there to be a distinction between talking about like, yay, this is a thing I ship, and like, hey, I'm talking about romance tropes and media.
Like I'm talking about like
analysis.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing where I think people really get like, they start throwing tomatoes at each other over this like kind of a misunderstanding. You know, where you're like, I would really like to discuss the game and its text and what that text is implying, like the narrative it's trying to tell in an earnest way. And it's like, yes, I go through it and I go, damn, this sure has the room and the capacity and the setup to just genuinely just be gay. Pretty sure it's all right here that's not hard to read into whatsoever. And I'd like to discuss that versus...
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's also shipping, and you can just ship, and you can ship anybody, and you can have your Vexiku and your fucking Soraxel Graven, you know, you can have fun and play with dolls, and neither of these necessarily need to discredit the other. And so when people go like, why are you so serious about playing with dolls, essentially, and you're like, but I'm not playing with the dolls right now, okay? I am looking at the story and doing story analysis. Like, in an earnest and genuine way, I am discussing the text. And this is what I think it means. Don't speak to me
like I'm a child.
Yeah, but like, the thing is, you'll see people who are like, I am gay, and I think people who are like, thinking that this is real for real, and they're taking it so seriously, are dumb. And like, doing this, like, they're so looking in the wrong place. And then we get the sentiment too of like, you don't want your ships to be canonized because it's never going to be as good as in your head. And I'm like, no, I would like to see gay people on screen. Sorry. Also, here's the thing. And I fucking hate this argument, okay? I think you could tell the octave my voice went up immediately. I hate this fucking argument because like, I understand the idea that you're like, sometimes I want to have the room to think for things myself. And in the context of show that is never ever going to do anything with it, and you're just playing and you're having fun with your cast of characters and your little ship and your whatever you want. I get it. You're like, you know what? I'm playing in my sandbox. I don't need the creators to tell me what is or is not going to happen. I'm having fun with it. I understand that. And as well, I understand that in the world that we've lived in, this has been a way for queer expression to go, I don't care what you do. I think it's gay and I'm going to have fun with it. These can be separate things. They are not necessarily one and the same all the time, because then we start to tread into the, boy, I sure would really like media I consume to have people like me in it. And then if you're lining that up right next to the argument of going, why do you want to see you in things? You know, you're just telling me, you're like, so we should never have a ship confirmed because that would be bad, even though you just want to see queer people in media, you know? And I'm like, we are not having the same conversation. We are not discussing the same thing, okay? As well as, honestly, if a queer thing happens in a show for realsies and, you know, you didn't like that, you are still just as capable as writing that fix-it fic that you were apparently going to write when they didn't do it. So, like, not changed. Yeah. It's not changed. It's just now there's queer people that exist in media and you get to see yourself or something that's important to you in stories. And people go, well, then go to indie stuff. And, like, yes, do go to indie stuff, but that doesn't mean stop demanding improvements in the world around you. Ask more, push, open the doors and the gates for the people who are creatives inside the companies trying to tell their queer stories, because they're in there. It's not a bunch of suits that are animating these fucking projects. It's artists who are largely queer, I promise you.
Look no further than Zootopia 2 and the Wild Hops community being fucking straight baited at the moment, and being
I heard about this.
Just like, why haven't they just confirmed it? And it's like, yeah, that's how gay people feel all the time.
Yeah, all the time. But you know what? I think it's kind of refreshing when a guy and a girl can have very strong feelings for each other and they don't have to be romantic. Isn't that kind of nice? Isn't that kind of nice? I don't know. I like it personally, but are you frustrated about that?
Third movie.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if they get together in the third movie, but still, that would still be refreshing. You go 2 whole movies
before anything, and like it's
male
all
and female protagonists get together,
and so much of it is about their character development. Yeah. That would be nice. I wouldn't be against it. I just want a good story. But like, point being, like, oh, you're frustrated right now? Wow, that must stink, you know? Like, it's so like, oh no, like the one time.
Oh, baby.
Anyway, I think
I'm sorry you get a Thanksgiving feast every other weekend.
Yeah,
Some
basically.
of us are out here starving.
I love the straight baiting now. They know how we feel. Not going to lie either. I think sometimes the writers who invented the characters might have a better understanding of their personalities than you, American fanfic author. I think so. But yeah, I think it's something where it's just like, I think shipping is great and shipping is good and we need it, and it's a way to explore fiction. It's a way to explore, you know, your own feelings, or to test the waters if you're writing, or just to chase your passions and to do whatever. I think that's great. I think people get a little on their high horse in a weird way where they're like, I don't need to have anything confirmed for me because, like, oh god, what's the, it's like, well,
I'm good with eating trash.
Yeah, or like, because I've seen it, and like, I hate remembering this stupid tweet thread because it was something that Claude and I would get like so heated about at like the drop of a hat, which is more or less the argument I have been talking about. But this person who had a Yuri on Ice icon was saying that like, oh, well, you don't want your ships confirmed, you don't want this, because they were like, you know, give a man a confirmed ship and you feed him for a day. You know, don't confirm a ship and you feed them for a lifetime. And I was like, you have Yuri on Ice as your fucking icon. You mean the real, true, actual gay guy? They're gay. That one? The ones where they kissed but it had to be censored but they kissed? That one? Oh, but like, we shouldn't have anything confirmed. We should never have anything confirmed. Why should we have gay people confirmed in our shows? From your Yuri on Ice icon! I'll fucking kill you! Okay.
Now, I will say,
yes.
That being said, I'm gonna bring this back to Avatar: The Last Airbender again. You knew it was coming.
Go for it.
The Zutara fans have, come to the steady realization we are very happy that Zutara wasn't made canon because
given how things have played out over the years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's
but that's
an adjacent but different problem.
Exactly. That's something where it's just like, okay, it's like, as well as, it's something that was like, there was a lot of intent behind it, and then there was a lot of crossed wires with people who were running the show. And, yes, it was the better thing, but also at the end of the day, the people left in charge don't always make good decisions. And in that hindsight, it's like, cool, I'm glad I didn't have you guys dictating the rest of this otherwise very good foundational relationship between these two characters. Yes. And there are going to be examples of, well, yeah, I do not want you to spoon feed me everything. There is playing in the tension of two characters who don't end up getting together, or what have you, or just whatever fun thing that you're doing, but like, it's where I think it's really important to distinguish these two separate conversations of genuine, queer anything in the media, queer characters, queer stories, experiences, etc. should be able to be there, and that is included in one's typical shonen or anything like that. In a perfect world, we could have that, and that's fine. I'm saying, if you're just reading, My Hero Academia, and you're like, it's definitely for real gonna be textually queer, and I'm like, we're not there yet. That's not to say that you can't see there's not like really clear stuff in there that like people are picking up on, and I get it, I get that. But it's like, I think it's important for people to be able to distinguish between like having conversations of being like, when we're talking about Kingdom Hearts and we're like, guys, there's literally 20 plus years of like this story existing with all of these additive things in a way that I'm like, it is getting really hard to pretend it's anything else. And having that greeted with like, you guys take it so seriously and it's so stupid, you think you're just gonna have your little ship, blah blah blah. Why would you even want it to be confirmed, etc., etc.? And I'm just like, you are living in a different world than me. I'm having grown-up talks right now, okay?
I'm having exactly why I want Soriku to be confirmed. And it's because I want Nomura to be able to tell the story that he set out to write. And I'll be really frank, it's really, really fucking hard to write in a similar way to what Nomura writes.
Yes.
There are some great fan fictions out there. People write fan fictions and stuff. Writing like Nomura, I'm sorry, most of us just aren't cracked out to do it.
Yeah. I'm just a lore pervert and I need to see them kiss on the mouth. Be one thing if this was like, one game
Kingdom
like
Hearts
Persona
is
5.
Just such a special story. It's so unique, and the way it is told is so unique. And I want to see Nomura get it to where he wants it to be, and where we think it's going. And like, fan fiction isn't going to be able to do that.
Right. And which isn't to say that, like, you can't... this is not obviously discouraging fanfiction in any capacity.
No, not at all.
It's just one of those things where it's like...
We all agree, like, we're on Nomura's crazy wild ride together. Yeah. And, like, we don't know exactly what he's going to do next. And that's part of the fun and the joy of it.
I want what that guy is cooking. I want that.
Yeah, I want what that chef is cooking up.
Yeah. I want what that guy's having. Please, God. I really want the story Nomura is telling, and I want to see more of it. And I want to see him just go wild and crazy and stupid. And I want to talk about his story he's writing. And then I go, this sure seems genuinely textually gay, in a way that most people who just play the series for the first time the whole way through go, yeah, no shit, it's super gay. Like, it's one of those things that it's like the gay blade is going to be
Kingdom Hearts.
It's something where it's like the gay blade itself existing as it does is so wild, and it's one of those things that you're gonna look back on once it's like, oh, and then they kiss on the mouth, and people are gonna be like, they fucking thought that this, what did you think this meant? You know what I mean? It's just stupid shit like that, where it's like, can we just fucking talk about it, please? Like, I'm not here to just be like, haha, we shipping, which is like not, again, a bad thing. I'm just like, I am here talking, I want to talk about the elephant in the room. Can we just fucking talk about it and not like brush it off as just like, you are taking shipping too seriously, when I'm like, I just want to talk about the text. I just want to talk about the text, and I don't need you fuckers we're all on the same fucking side telling me that, like, we're taking it too fucking seriously and that it's stupid and that, like, as if this is a comfort. Well, you know, you don't want them doing it anyway. And I'm like, I want them doing it even if it's not great, because I want the queer people in the thing, okay? We can't expect all of it to be perfect. We just need more. We need more out there. And yes, we need to ask of it and expect it in bigger things. We need to support the indie creators. We need to support our people with us and around us right now, as well as hopefully help along the change that needs to be seen in large projects. All at once. All of it at once.
Especially nowadays.
Yes.
Especially
so bad.
Nowadays.
Sorry for caring about something, loser.
Also, I gotta go feed my cats, so.
Okay. Do you want to
I'll be back.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be back.
I think a lot of people are just scared of getting their feelings hurt, but, like, that's life. That is life, but I am saying that, like, you do not have to be, like, 100% on board. You just do not have to be firing strays at people on your side. Like, are you really gonna be that upset if a ship you don't care about gets confirmed to be canon, a queer, actual, two gay boys kissing on the mouth on screen? Is that really gonna ruin your fucking day? You know what I mean? It's something where it's like, what are you, at the end of the day, what are you advocating for? What are you telling me right now? It's not what I need to hear is like a, well, don't worry, they can never take that away from you because you can just always do it by yourself. And I'm like, wow, I would love to maybe one day not always have to do that. Is that so crazy? You know, I think it is true that, like, it, you know, for self-preservation and, like, you know, it's historically been what people have had to do. It's just, yes, if y'all want some good indie stuff, there is a collection. I love it. You're just like, indie stuff, and it is like, it is erotica, to be clear. I have a collection of trans romance specifically. Hey, some are erotica. It says trans romance erotica! But most are. Yes, most are. I think that's important to lead with a little bit. Not that it should be treated any less, just as a general, you know, here is this. It is all indie work. It is trans. It is queer. A lot of it is erotica, which is really important. There are leaves you warning. Well, I'm just saying. And the pages say forward. That's also important. But there is stuff. There's stuff out there, and we should be embracing and supporting and doing all of this while also being like, we want this. We want this. And then the companies go, well, perhaps maybe somebody wants it because somebody inside is going, I want to make this so bad. Please let me make this. And they go, well, no, they're not ready. And like example that was brought up earlier, the movie that's the girl in the romance with the chair was a direct example of it was supposed to be two lesbians from the start, and they told him the world isn't ready for that yet. And so he went, okay, If it has to be a guy, I'm turning him to a fucking chair. And that's how that movie exists. Because they didn't let it be gay. I'm going to bed. Chat, tuck me in. Good night, Gabby. Good night. I tuck you in. And by tuck you in, I leave your feet out and like a fan on and like a, you know, but it's like over your face at least. So it's kind of, you know, my feet. It's for cooling off. We'll wake up without them. Yep. Die. Okay, I got Sora sketched, but I'm gonna have to do Ryugu maybe tomorrow. Hell yeah. It will be cute. I look forward to seeing it. But anyway. There was one shonen series called Sket Dance that had the protag and a student council boy that were in a rivalry supposed to be gay. It was supposed to be, and then they didn't get to. People need to learn to just chill and focus on what makes them happy instead of trying to please others too much. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I also think that, like, you know, I think that's the most general way to put it, where it's like, oh, then they made them brothers. Wait, I think I heard about this. I heard somebody talking about this. I watched a vid on that. I see. That is so unfortunate. What was it also? There was, oh god. Detective Conan, and then in one of the movies or something, they were like, actually, and after like literally like 30 fucking years of this, and they're like, they're cousins, and everyone just went, no, they're not, and just fucking moved on with their life. It was like literally like the biggest ship of like the series, like the flagship fucking ship that series has. And they were like, oh, yeah, they're related. And then everyone was like, nope. And then just unbothered, left that forever. And it was like in a movie,
what
too.
What are we talking about?
Somebody brought up how in a shonen series, there was a protag and a student council rival, and they were supposed to be gay. And then later, they just made them brothers. And it was like, oh god. And then I brought up Detective Conan, where the main character, Conan, right, and like his like arch rival nemesis kind of guy who's always causing problems, and they're like the big ship, right, the two of them. Yeah. And it's literally been like 30 years of this fucking series, and a movie came out like a year ago or something, and the movie was just like, yep, they're cousins, and then everyone went, no, they're not, and have moved on. It was the most like, why would you ever decide to do that to literally like the biggest, really, like the money-making part of your...
Just come in here.
Yeah, and then everyone was just like, that was a dumb decision and you're wrong, and then just didn't fucking pay it any mind.
Yeah. Damn.
And then the creator introduced a guy to be gay with the student council rival, and the love triangle ended with the love interest confessing being misunderstood. And then also the protag goes to America to be with his bohemian friend. See, now that all sounds like a lot of heavy-handed, top-down decision making where they were like, actually, we can't have the two characters in this be gay they can be gay, but they cannot be gay with each other as like a weird compromise, you know what I mean? Where they're like, no, we can't just have this be like gay straight out. We can't have that, but like maybe they'll kind of have a little something going on, but it can't be with each other, you know?
Yeah.
It's by Crispy Nuts. Talks about sket dance. It was continuously subverted from being gay. Like every time, like it was like inevitably like growing to that conclusion, and then they'd put something in, and then they would just grow like around that to something else. Every time it'd try to meet, they'd be like, no. It goes over here, you know. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
All right. I really want to make decent progress with these frames. Got focus. Did anyone else watch that Amazing Digital Circus episode drop today? I did. Had me going the whole time. I'm really loving how their animation and rendering just gets better and better with each episode. Not that the animation isn't good from the beginning, but it's very creative. I only started watching the show recently. Whitney and I went through it all, and I was like, you know what? This is actually pretty good. Yeah, I won't say anything about the episode since it is brand new, so I don't want to spoil anything. It looks insane, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I'll admit, I was originally turned off from the series just because it's called Circus, and I despise circus/circus themes. And so I was like, no. And, you know, I see the character designs. The character designs are great, but they're, like, very zany, you know? And, which, once you get into the show, you realize it's kind of part of the point. But, like, it can seem very almost like LOL random humor or like just like really out there. But then you don't realize until you watch the show how grounded the storytelling really is, which is nice. I watched the pilot and Jax pissed me off so much. I do want to watch the rest eventually. That's fair. I mean, he's hopefully supposed to come off as charming to the audience, even if he's making everybody else around him miserable. Yeah, I really love the characters. Loved Ragatha a lot. I'm waiting for more on Ragatha. There's so much that still feels like a mystery around her. And like, I get what her deal is, but like, there's just obviously like a history that she has that I want to know more about. And I do really love Zoogle. Zoogle, Kinger, and Jax are probably my favorites. I'll be real. Hacks now? Okay. I will put it on my list of things to watch. Is it like a online show? Where can I find it? HBO, okay. I think I have access to HBO, so. I do get the appeal of Jax. He just struck a personal chord. That's fair. One is older, one is younger, and they butt heads a lot. Hell yeah. I like conflict in my narratives. High character drama, yeah. That's my whole bread and butter. I watch a lot of show where people care about each other and are fucked up so they hurt each other. That's what this is all about.
Baby Cat's a big slab back there, by the way. Boom. Also, Hacks is really good, by the way. I really liked it, so.
Hell yeah.
And also, I watched the first 2 episodes of Amazing Digital Circus. And while I think, like, I think it's neat, the visual stuff it's doing. I wasn't, like, immediately hooked by it. And, like, the second episode, I was like, oh, I like this kind of Gummy Gator guy. And I like this kind of, like, exploration of, like, hey, you are like a program, but then like coming to learn that you're a program and yada yada. And then while I understand it's part of just like the show and how it is, and it was like, oh, and then whatever, he just gets reset, done, dead, basically in like an instant with like no time to sit with it. And I was like, Okay, well, you know, never mind. I'm good. Like, not even like, I'm so sad. I was just like, this is not what I want out of this, so I'm okay.
Uh-huh.
But otherwise, I like to see it succeed.
I wasn't, you know, like, I was probably feeling similar to you for the first 2 episodes. I think it was episodes 3 and 4 that I'm like, okay. Oh, I'm really getting into this now, so for what it's
fair
worth.
enough. Well, it takes no time to watch, like, because they're, like, not that long, you know what I mean?
No, they're usually between 20 and 30 minutes. And they just released episode 7.
Hell yeah. Like I said, I like to see them succeed because I'm just like, Yahoo, independent animation, like doing your own thing and like very much succeeding while they're doing it. So that's always really cool.
Yeah, I know that Glitch mostly funds everything they do by like selling merch and ad revenue. I don't think they have like a Patreon or anything, which is crazy. Yeah.
Watch the Breaking Bad VR recreation. Oh yeah. They do have Patreon because that's how people were getting extra lore for Amazing Digital Circus.
Oh really? Okay, well that's cool. Either way, I know that a lot of their profits actually comes from merch, which is impressive.
I do remember that. It was like they just were like, please God, if you want more of this, we need to sell this merchandise.
Yeah, because I know that that's kind of been a talking point around Knights of Guinevere, is that because the show has such like an anti-capitalist message, it's kind of hard to also sell merch.
Yeah, very much. But like it's funny because it's also like, but the reality we live in is still like people need to be paid to live, and if you want this to be made,
exactly.
You know, because otherwise they are.
So like, even though the numbers on YouTube for the show are doing fantastic, apparently it's been kind of hard on the merch department.
Yeah. As a guy who has to sell merch, it's very true.
I'm really excited to see where Knights of Guinevere goes.
Yes, me too. I enjoyed it very much.
I'm definitely down to buy merch of things, especially if I know it's going like right back into the hands of the creatives, you know?
Yeah. I'd rather just give the money at this point. Yeah, that's also fair. Where sometimes it's just like, I do not want stuff, but I will give you money, you know? It's nice to have an alternative where you can just give the fucking money. Wish I could just buy DVDs.
And I'm also happy that Glitch picked up Lackadaisy.
Oh, yeah.
Because Lackadaisy has been a huge inspiration for me, like, since like, the very first page came out on DeviantArt.
Oh, Lackadaisy.
I've been there since day one, baby. I love those silly little cats.
Also, they dropped the Pretty Please, I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl. Right. Yes. The Kiana Mai one. I did watch the...
Oh, good. I haven't watched that one yet, but it looked super interesting. And, like,
yeah,
I saw
it was
everybody
fun.
saying positive things about it, so...
Yeah, because, like, the first one is very much more like a very nice animatic with, like, a few animated parts in between. So, and it's obviously, you know, people have really enjoyed it, so... And I enjoyed it. So I hope it succeeds and continues.
Yeah.
They need to bring DVDs back. Yeah. That would be nice. Like, the convenience of streaming is cool and all, but yeah.
Back in the day, I, you know, went into a Best Buy and I found Red versus Blue on DVD. Yep. I was like, I'm buying this just because I think that's cool that I found this at, like, a Best Buy.
Yeah. I, too, owned a DVD of Red versus Blue. And I don't know where it went or if I still have it. I can't remember because it was so long ago when I got it, so...
Yeah. I think Red I still have mine. Yep.
And Red versus Blue really, like, got long. It got really long into what they were doing.
Yeah, it was like the DVD for like the first 4 seasons or something like that.
Yeah, I think mine was like mine was just like part of season 3, or it might have been all of season 3. And like that was it, because that's just like it was so in parts at the time.
Yeah. Like that's how you did DVDs.
Yep. Tennille, did you see Mickey 17?
I've not.
Oh my
god,
I've
heard
you
such
should
good
watch
things about it.
it.
I know. I need to watch it with friends upstairs. They'll
yes,
because they've been wanting to see it too. So
please go watch it. It's really good. I really enjoyed it. I saw it in theaters at least twice.
Nice.
Partially because we were like, we really enjoyed it. I think, you know, these friends would really enjoy it. So when they were here, we took them to go see it.
Yeah.
It's a very good little time. I enjoyed it greatly. Highly recommend it. Everybody go watch Robert Pattinson being a little freak guy. 2 freak guys even. And he does a great job.
It's what he deserves.
It's what he deserves, and he's good at it too.
He loves doing it.
I'm getting a little tired.
I got just this last frame of Sora I want to do.
Okay.
Before we call it quits. That and color.
Right. Tennille, what was your movie of 2025?
I don't know. I was just thinking about that since you said Mickey 17 was yours. don't know. My memory's been so bad. It's been so bad for the last few years. I can't remember anything that happened before, like, Tron Ares.
Which is not your movie of the year.
Yeah, no. I do like Kiki's Delivery Service. That's a good one. Oh, yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters, Frankenstein.
Frankenstein was so good. Sinners was also so good.
What other animated films came out this year? Because I usually make more of an effort to see animated films. Like, I just saw Zootopia 2. I saw K-pop. I feel like there was something else. Oh, I did go see Elio. That's definitely not my top movie of the year. I thought it was fine, but, you know. Die, Disney. That's fair. I did really like Frankenstein. I think I would probably have to go with either K-pop Demon Hunters or Frankenstein. And probably Frankenstein.
Dude, eye protein. Frankenstein was the first movie I watched.
There's also definitely a lot of movies I did not see this year. Sorry, what?
Oh no, just the comment of Frankenstein was the first movie in a while that I watched that felt like a movie. And I'm like, I know what you mean. Though there are a lot of other movies that came out that, like, you should really watch Sinners. That's a fucking movie. Mickey 17 is a great fucking movie that I greatly enjoyed. Need to watch Guillermo del Toro stuff. I keep hearing about them and it sounds right up my alley. Yeah, you should definitely watch any of his stuff. Yeah, Sinners is very good. Mickey 17 is also very good. Gee, what else came out this year? I'm trying to think of stuff we watched that was like new this year, kind of a thing.
Right.
Challengers came out. Oh yeah, Dracula. Which we haven't watched. Anything with sympathetic monster scratches my brain. Well, that's most of what he does, so you're set.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Neja 2 came out. I still haven't watched it or the first one. House one with the 4 seasons. Oh yeah. I think Steve Carell is spelled with an A. Carell, I think.
That feels correct.
Yeah. I think? I might be wrong. Don't take my word for it. But it did have Steve Carell in it and he was good.
Oh, yeah. I just remembered Whitney and I had a conversation last night in which we were like, you know, we ought to watch the new Chuck E. Cheese holiday special that came out.
There's a Chuck E. Cheese holiday special?
Yeah.
You said a new one. Are there others?
Yeah, there's a new one. I don't know, but it's new because like it came out at Thanksgiving. But you know, we gotta watch it. And then I joked with Whitney. I'm like, yeah, we gotta watch it before we go to your work potluck, and then we can be in the know. Like we'll be talking all what everybody will be talking about. You know, is this potluck at Chuck E. Cheese.
The Chuck E. Cheese potluck.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Who is that movie for? Kids who like Chuck E. Cheese, maybe?
Oh, no, the Fred Claus.
Oh,
when I was
Fred
talking
Claus.
about Fred
Okay.
Claus earlier, and, like, we kept watching it being like, okay, the amount of, here's an extended sequence of, like, literally, like, Scooby-Doo cartoon noises while they're having some goofy fucking fight, and then it's just, like, now we're having a serious adult time with, like, adult feelings suddenly, and it was just, like, every time this shit kept happening, like, it was just, who is this movie for? Who are they marketing this movie to? I don't understand. But... You don't know this insane movie to Neil. Neil was saying that, that he remembers the trailers for it, right?
Right. Yeah, I remember the trailers, and, you know,
right.
Probably having the vague, like, another fuck-ass weird Christmas movie.
Yep.
I've seen this a million times. No, you haven't.
There's nothing like Fred Claus. Why is it like that?
I do gotta say, this new holiday tradition people have on the internet of posting that one clip from 8 Crazy Nights.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Is amusing to me because I still have not seen that movie, and I'm just like...
I have. I've seen it.
I don't know what's happening, but...
I don't even remember how, but it's, I mean, it's not a great movie or anything. It sure is, it's animated. But...
I do love when just one part of a movie becomes, like, a touchstone, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, everybody, please look at this. No context. DCS, that means I have to submit to a Christmas movie. And I only do that on special occasions. You're weak. How many do you watch each December?
A lot.
Are you
without
ABC
me? I'm not even a part of it.
25 Days of Christmas?
You have to understand, while they're working, right, they're just sitting there drawing their, like, 3 to 5 comic pages and 20 commissions in a day. Like, just some horse shit is up on their screen. And it'll just be anything. I have Mean Girls paused right now on another tab. Like, I'll walk in and I'm like, are you watching Bad Santa? Is that White Chicks you're watching? Like, it's always just anything. It's just whatever is up there. Like, they will just put it on and, like, you know, it's partially like you don't have to fully pay attention to. It was Bad Santa 2. Sorry, it was Bad Santa 2, everybody. And it was awful. And it was a bad movie. And they watched the whole fucking thing while working. So it's like a half watch. But, like, it's something where it's like, 'tis the season, time for the Christmas movies, and we'll just put, like, it doesn't have to be one you know. It is just that is extremely ADHD. Not at all. They are the least ADHD having person I can think of. It is so, I described them earlier as, like, Sims task robot who will simply just go and go. And it's not like jumping around or anything. They're just like, I am working, here is something on the screen, you know, and just work through and do all, like, I'm not sure how ADHD it is of them to, and I'm barely exaggerating when I say they are like drawing, inking, and coloring and finishing 5 full comic pages in a day. It's not an exaggeration. And so, you know, it's something where it's just like...
Hyperfocus is a part of ADHD too, though.
It is, but I can promise you, this is so not the... like, anxiety is definitely present. The rest, that's about... It's not even hyper-focusing. They're just really good at doing tasks. It does not have to be drawing. It does not have to be this. It's just like, I am a Sims task little list, and we'll just execute on them all day, you know? And it's just like, all right, here's your little task, robot. And they're just like, okay. And just get it done, you know, no problem. Also has been tested, that's true. But, yeah, it's definitely different. We have like equal and opposite problems. And a lot of it is
y'all would know.
yeah, for sure. It's just funny when it's just like, oh yeah, definitely. And I'm like, no. That's not it. But anyway, with that, like, you scare me. Making stuff is fun. But anyway, yeah, it really is just like well, I'm just working, so here comes a video, and it's like, I'll consume trash, garbage, while I'm working, and so it's like, it's December. Put on some unknown and strange movie nobody has ever watched. That's for the holidays. And, you know, it's almost for the sport of it at a certain point. You know, it's just like, all right, what can we find? What strange, freako little movie nobody cares about? My brain just fully has task dopamine cycle. Yeah, that's true. It's like, I got it done. That felt great. Let's do it again. And then you just do all of your tasks. Yeah. Every time I finish a task, my brain goes, yay! And then I want another. So, yeah.
I feel that. That's kind of similar how I am, but definitely a slightly more ADHD flavored.
Everybody's got their version of ADHD, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yay! I want another. That's when we're saying like sim task, like we're so dead serious about like sim task. You are a sim. I have given you a list of like 30 things to do, and by God, they're getting done. Y'all get dopamine from finishing tasks. I barely get that from the chest found jingle. I mean, not all of us. You're talking largely to probably a room of people with ADHD. My partner is not one of them, is the point. ADHD.
Into my planner, yeah.
Yep.
I like having a task list. I'm not much of a, like, a daily planner kind of person.
I write things down just so I can keep track. A lot of it's like just keeping track of the fucking days for me. So I don't just have like the time blindness of being like, okay, and then on this day I did this, and then on that day I'm gonna do that, hopefully, you know, but like filling out the days makes it so like I can look back at my calendar and be like, yes, okay, and then I did that day, and then that month I was on that trip, and then, you know, stuff like that, where otherwise I won't fucking remember. So I have to keep track of it in some way. Planner is your friend. He keeps your tasks for you, so you don't remember. So you don't have to remember. Yeah, I mean, that's writing in my like Google Calendar like helps, but like I would fall off of like writing in a physical thing like really hard.
When it comes to the movie thing, though, like, I laugh, but I also relate, because in my household growing up, there was always a movie playing. Like, just non-stop, there is always a movie on the screen and somebody is watching a movie or watching TV.
There's always something going somewhere. I always had the Food Network going on the TV in my grandma's house. It wasn't my choice. My grandma just always had the Food Network up, but...
Yeah, it's part of the reason I'm so well-versed in Disney movies, because, like, I've seen, you know, most of the Disney movies, at least from my childhood, so many times that it's just, like, second nature. But that's also true of BBC's Pride and Prejudice. And... and that's because... Or, the director's cut of The Lord of the Rings, because that's what my family had up all the time.
And I've still never watched Lord of the Rings. And my one weird one that I simply haven't watched for no reason other than it hasn't happened, but maybe I'll change that soon. Because I told Kippen, who loves Lord of the Rings, that I've never seen it, and Kippen was like, what the fuck? I was like, well, maybe we can watch it together. I don't know. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
I do movies and video essays because the pacing is better than music, and when a movie is on, that means it's time to work, so I get work done for 2 to 3 hours at a time. Because if I want to watch the movie, I have to be working. When I find a really good show, I work a lot.
Yeah. I do a similar thing now with more so YouTube content. I spend a lot more time just watching YouTube videos or listening to a podcast or something like that. And a lot of times my problem is that, especially recently, is that I've got to have the nothing going on around me so that I can work on scripts. And
okay.
Yeah. So it's got to be... I gotta be in the right headspace where I can not have other things occupying myself and I can just focus on writing.
Yeah. I think maybe I just have a dog's brain. Trained dog with job. Dogs love to have a job. I'm never watching... I'm never watching Lord of the Rings, and I'm not... So you've never watched it, and you're not planning on watching it. That's fine. Animation Pilgrimage is my only exposure to Lord of the Rings. See, I just think... I say this as somebody who's, like, Lord of the Rings, on its face, is not something typically up my alley. Like, I don't have a particular fondness of, like, high or Tolkien fantasy in general. I don't dislike it. I just... it has to be something interesting for me to actively care about it. Like, I might be a little more, like, lenient towards, like, sci-fi stuff, but even then, it has to be interesting for me to give a shit about it. It can't just be like, but it's in space, and I'd be like, wow, what's it about, I guess, you know? Like, It still has to be, like, convincing of a good story, but, like, as it is, I'm like, that it's not automatically something I'm interested in, but I'm like, it's something that it's more like, I care about seeing things for myself and exposing myself to things even if I don't think it's gonna be my favorite thing in the world. You know what I mean? So that's something where, like, if I hadn't just gone in to be like, I'm just gonna see, instead of letting other people tell me how Kingdom Hearts is confusing and dumb, you know what, I think it's time to crack this sucker in myself. And then here I am. And it's 7 years of this, and I'm wearing a Riku shirt with a Soriku necklace on with Sora and you know, so, like, it's something where, not that, like, wow, and I think maybe, what if Lord of the Rings becomes my favorite thing? I just think it's important to, like, especially as, like, a pop culture cornerstone, like something like Lord of the Rings, where I'm like, I think it's just important to have seen it at all by myself and, like, to form my own opinion on it. And my world will be richer for it, you know, just to having known it at all for myself. So, and I think it's important to, like, expose yourself to stuff like that.
Because I feel very similarly. Like, I do like high fantasy stuff as, like, a concept, but I also, you know, am very well aware that a lot of it is just like really fucking boring and not doing anything interesting. And, you know, I don't really feel that much this way or that about Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
But I love stories. So when it comes to a chance to like experience a new story, I'm almost always going to be like, yeah, cool, let's do it.
Yeah. Just sell me on whatever you're trying to do. I don't really care what the setting is per se, though, you know, not that it, like, as if a setting has nothing to do with the story. But it's something where it's just like, you know, some people would be like, oh, I love fantasy and I love this and that and stuff. Because it's like, I fucking loved Baldur's Gate 3. And I was interested when you were showing me other Baldur's Gate stuff. And I was like, because the shit is cool. But it's not inherently because it was like, it's Dungeons and Dragons set in a kind of, you know, high fantasy-esque like type world. But it's just like, as long as you can sell me on whatever the hell you're doing, I'm in. But like, on it, like I said, like on its face, like as a trope or genre of being like, and there's elves and there's fantasy stuff, and I'm like, that does nothing for me, like by itself. I don't care. Like, you're gonna, what are they doing, you know? So like Lord of the Rings is something where I'm like, I think it's just like good, it's good to have a healthy media diet, and like I said, expose yourself to things that like you might even be like, well, this isn't typically up my alley, but like it isn't typically up my alley, but like I should, you know, I'll see for myself, and maybe there's something in there I'll like, or it could even confirm that I wasn't gonna like it, but now I know why, you know, like, it's just, it's good to do that. It's healthy to do that, I think.
Agreed.
Bro, it was so crazy to watch Fight Club in, like, 2023 for the first time. Yeah, that was, and I had seen Fight Club before, and my partner here, DCS, had not seen it. And I was like, well, holy shit, okay. And so we watched Fight Club, which is still an excellent movie. I don't
think I've seen it all the way through either. I've just seen, like, lots and bits and pieces of it.
Definitely a movie worth checking out. It's also really got a feeling to it when you're living in kind of, like, the world we are currently living. Yeah, the Fight Club is insane when we have the manosphere. It's something that's like, it's so interesting because Fight Club as a book, also written by a gay man, and it's something where like you can see what it's like talking about, what it's critiquing, how it's like presenting these characters, and it's one of those things where it's just like, hey, this isn't like good. And then a lot of men went, I want to be that guy so bad, you know? I want to be just like Rick from Rick and Morty. And it's like the guy who's doing not great, you know? But
I want to be Scott Pilgrim. I am Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah. One of those types of things where you're like, this is the whole point of Scott Pilgrim is like him growing as a person as well as Ramona, you know? And like growing past these dumb, stupid things they've been doing. To both to other people and themselves. And so, you know, it's something where like, okay, but how are we liking Scott Pilgrim? You know, how do we like Fight Club? Okay, is it just we got a big heart on for Tyler Durden because like that's not great. That's not great. It's not, you don't want to be that guy, you know. But it's a great movie. So well put together. And it was really just like watching it and then just me, a baby, refusing my veggies. I'm going to banish you. I'm gonna banish you, Rosie. You have to eat some vegetables, okay? Every once in a while, you gotta. You're malnourished. You're malnourished, and I had to sit here and convince you that Riku was gay from the start. Rosie. All right? What does that tell us? Okay? Also, American Psycho was written by a gay man. American Psycho, also a fantastic movie. You're gonna be so happy when you watch a cool movie.
No, I remember at
we
one
can eat
point,
our veggies together.
We had an English teacher who decided to do like a little bit of, and this is AP English, so you know, a little bit different. Yeah. But it's like, we're going to study film language for a little bit. And so we watched a whole bunch of like Alfred Hitchcock movies. And I was like, that was awesome.
Yeah. Cool. That was really neat. I'm learning things.
I am better. now. Like, better for watching.
Yeah, yeah. There's just a lot of stuff like that out there where it's just like your world will be richer for it, you know? It doesn't have to be like it doesn't always have to be like your new favorite thing. It's just something that you're like, I'm going to think about this. It's going to give me a new perspective on the world, you know? There are some pieces of media that I went through them like one time and I think about them to this day still, you know? It's something like, you know, like I still think about the game Soma. So I think about Soma so often that, oh God, Soma. At the Soma at the same time. Oh good God. Soma's really good. If Soma is a little spooky, okay? It's a game made by the people who made, Amnesia, The Dark Descent, the spooky game. But this one, they were like, okay, what if we really start a discussion about, like, consciousness and, like copying and cloning and, like, people uploaded it to computers and stuff like that, and you know, everything is shit and weird, and it kind of sucks, but it's, oh God, oh, if you want to feel a weird dread, but, like, it's crafted so well, Soma is the game to experience, where you are trapped under the ocean, and it's, woo! Yeah. Anyway, finally watched the Jurassic Park movies, like, a year or two ago. That's nice. I've only seen the first one.
Same.
And I mean, what a great movie. It's a classic for a reason.
Yeah.
I think only seeing the first one is fine. Now, horror, you can get me interested in those easy. Rosie, you should watch a playthrough of Soma. You should also watch The Thing. Ugh, what a good fucking movie. That movie's so good. Now that's a good...
Watch some Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah, yeah. Do that too. And watch some John Carpenter's The Thing. The Thing is really good, and it is also horror, body horror, psychological horror, that's for sure. And a lot of things do end up referencing it, so it's something where it's like, once you know The Thing, you'll be like, oh hey, like The Thing, you know, in other stuff. Like, I always remember when I was actively playing Overwatch, and they were like, oh, here is, like, the Antarctic, like, stage and stuff, and they had, like, oh, the like, chess program that they're playing in The Thing is, like, on a screen in, like, the lab in one of the spawns or whatever, and I was like, hey! Because we're already in, like, a science, like, place in, like, the Arctic, basically, which is, like, the setting of The Thing, so... I thought that was really fun. But The Thing is really, really good. Very good. I highly, highly recommend it. If you are your brain, would a perfect copy of your brain also be you? What if that copy had no idea they were a copy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Soma.
Yeah.
I watched Alien a bit ago. It was awesome. Alien is great. That's another great fucking movie.
Actually, that's one I need to see.
Ooh, it's so good. A lot of people like they're like, you know, more Aliens movies. There's Alien, and then there's Aliens, which was the sequel, and then they have more, and they kind of veer into, like, I'd feel like the tension and the horror of the first movie is very much in the first movie. And then they kind of, because it was like the 80s, so like the follow-ups pretty immediately thereafter start to slip into like action movies a little bit. And like some people like it because that's like goofy, you know, but like if you're like, I want a good horror movie, just fucking Alien the movie is, it's really good. There are good sequels though. They do have other ones.
Terminators.
We
for
watched
the first time.
Yeah, I watched just the first Terminator, at least, for like the first time, and I realized, I was like, oh, I've seen more of this than I thought. But it was really funny to... DCS was sitting there, because I was like, oh yeah, the origin of, like, I'll be back is just, like, it's so removed from context and overplayed in a way that like completely strips it of like genuinely it's a really good joke when he does it in the movie.
Yeah.
You know, where it's just like, yes, I will be back, and then he goes and he drives a car through the building. Like, it's just really, it's really fun. And we were like, damn, and they sure really like drove that into the ground.
I've only just recently, too, caught up on some of the classic horror movies, like Scream and Saw, like the original Saw.
Right. The only one I've seen. I have only seen the first Saw.
I mean, I think that's the only one I'm interested in seeing based on
that's
what
fine.
I've heard.
You can skip Saw, LOL. It's something where it's just like, it's funny
the
because
first one was really interesting. I liked it.
I think it's perfectly fine for what it is, and it's definitely memorable. You know, it's just funny how, like, it turned into a whole thing, and, like, running into other people being like, oh, yeah, and then this happened in Saw whatever number, and I was like, I've only seen the first one. And every time it was like, you've only seen the first one? Yeah. I've only seen the first Saw. I'm sorry, guys.
I only started really watching horror movies this last couple of years, so...
Yeah, we were kind of making an effort to, like, at least for several, we were like, okay, this is well-known slasher movie. We will watch, at the bare minimum, we'll watch this, like, first one, right? Because it's, watching, like, I find that I'm like, I like people who like slashers. I think they're fun, but, like, I personally don't give a shit about slashers, like, at all. Like, I get why people go, like, this is my pretty little girly pop, and, like, it's, like, you know, Freddy Krueger with, like, sparkles in their little card and stuff, and their little idol card, and I'm like, I think that's so funny. I love that. But I don't personally care about them that much, but it's fun to, like, know stuff.
Well, I mean, again, it just kind of comes down to, I like a good story. Yep. I like having my horizons widened. Yeah. I like seeing what the culture was into, you know. I like...
It's all informative, you know. Also,
it's not necessarily about, the slashers becoming my blorbos.
Yeah, that's why we were like, we are watching it, you know. Yeah, we're like, we're getting educated. We're watching, you know, Nightmare on Elm Street. We did watch Freddy vs. Jason, which was hilariously awful. It was really funny. It was a good time in how stupid it was, and we ended up just like joking about it and then watching the whole thing. And then we were just like, holy shit, this movie's bad. But also Ginger Snaps, which DCS brought up, is interesting and like a really, it's just a neat horror film. I think it's one of those ones that was like funded because like by the Canadian government because they're in Canada and they can do that sometimes where they just get like funding to do stuff. And it's like a
DCS, if you ever want some interesting old animated movies.
Yeah, Tennille's definitely got a lock on that one.
Boy, yeah. Can I recommend some movies?
As an exchange.
Yeah, as a cultural exchange.
I can be kind of picky with older films. I guess it depends on, like...
When I say older, I have, you know, at least stuff from, you know, like, we're talking old beginning of film, up to, like, the early 80s.
Yeah, which is pretty extensive. Any feelings about various slasher movie monsters, more specifically Michael Myers? Because what do you mean this boy is pure evil? When somebody's like, this was made in the 50s, I black out. I think it was just the other day we were talking about, you're like, I kind of don't give a shit about movies until we hit like the 70s and up. Yeah, 70s though. 70s plus though, I'm really open to. Though I want high character drama.
Fair enough.
Sometimes with like an animated movie too,
fair.
It's like, a lot of it is like, we're looking at like the craft of what they were doing, you know what I mean? Because they're all just figuring out what the fuck they're doing half the time.
Yeah.
Walt's dead. They don't know what they're doing anymore. Everything's in a spiral. I mean, that Disney specifically, but that was definitely... Animation was struggling for a little while.
Yeah. Let's see,
Craft is fine, I guess. You say as somebody who draws every single day. I'm not good at drawing. You are good at drawing. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Gonna pull up my own YouTube channel.
I'm living in a different reality. Closes my eyes. Okay, whatever. That's because I infuse it with emotions. That's art. That's art. But also your stuff looks polished. You're living in a different reality. You said this.
Yeah, I definitely got some recommendations.
Woo!
Oh, shush. Yeah.
Oh, nice painted really stuff, and I'm like, well, I'm making cartoons. I mean, a lot of older animated films weren't necessarily painterly. I mean, I'm sure, I know some are, and some are like, wow, the detail, the rotoscoping, you know, but there's also a lot of stuff where it's just like, oh god, what's the name? Is it like Heidi of the Alps? You know, and you're like, well, it's cute. I mean, the backgrounds look nice, but it's simple. It's a cartoon, you know? Just depends on where you're looking.
There was some kind of, like, initiative in Japan at some point to just, like, adapt a whole bunch of, like, classic literature into anime movies.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, that's where you get a lot of those.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's very much, especially this, like...
a lot of those.
This, like, focus on, and, like, the romanticizing of, like, a European culture, especially. Which is how we have, like...
Yeah.
So much of what, like, Studio, you know, Ghibli is in the first place is, like, a lot of that. And then you get everyone going, I want to go to France so bad. And then they go to France and it's just like a place people live and it's kind of dirty and it's kind of whatever, you know. And it's like, sure, it's Paris, France, you know. And then it's just like, oh, ugh.
It keeps me saying, well, I'm sorry to say that I'm getting really tired.
We should stop.
And we might be ending
it's
here
late,
real soon.
yeah. I would not mind stopping myself.
Yeah. But also look at those boys. Look at their
Yeah.
I love them.
There we go. Let's give a little. There we go. Perfect. Go away, big head. There we go. What? Dude, Windows, shut the hell up. You guys aren't seeing it. But I was suddenly getting a Windows security ad where they were like, hey, you need to upgrade. And I'm like, I am not doing that.
Joke's on you. I ain't doing that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Okay. With all of that, I think we can probably go to bed. And then when we're up and, you know, fueled and ready to go, we can have a nice big long stream for the people.
Yeah.
For the last day of
Sounds
Soriku
good.
week. So.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Sounds good.
Wonderful, excellent. Okay. All right, everybody. We'll be seeing you tomorrow, okay?
Yeah.
Woohoo! 12-hour stream. Killing Tennille specifically. We're gonna chain you to the desk.
Yeah. It might be one of those where, like, we stream, I have to, like, do this for a while.
Yeah, where we take a break and we can just talk and just, you know, just, like, do that for a bit.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, that should be good. That should be fine.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you for putting me in place once again. Rosie, we're going to get you to eat those veggies, okay? All right? Tomorrow. Okay. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye. It was fun. Goodbye.
Bye.
See you later. Bye.